Good evening. I don't think I have Matt yet. Give them a minute. Well, I'll go ahead and get started, and I'm sure Matt will jump on any moment. I'm going to call the October 28th Select Board meeting to order. Before we begin, we are using Zoom webinar for meetings, which allows for the public to participate in the meeting as an attendee. Attendees must register to participate. The registration link is unique to the meeting. The registration link can be found in the description of the Nantucket Government TV YouTube live feed for the meeting. People registering to be an attendee must use their names, otherwise they will not be allowed to participate in the discussion. Attendees will join in listening mode. They can click the raise the hand button if they wish to speak, and the chair will call on those with their hands raised in the order in which they were raised. I will now confirm member access. I'll start with the select board in the order in which I see you to make sure that you're present and can hear me. Melissa Murphy.
Here.
Christy Parentella.
Here.
Jason Bridges.
Here.
Matt Fee.
Here.
Okay, we've got everyone. I'll go through town staff members that are present for this meeting. Erica Mooney.
Present.
Libby Gibson.
Present.
Amy Baxter.
Here.
Brian Turbot.
Present.
Roberto Santamaria.
Here.
Steve Murphy.
Here.
Oh, everyone's jumping around a little bit. Hopefully I don't miss. Chuck Larson.
Here.
Greg Tivnan.
Present.
Noah Carver.
Here.
Mark Willett. I see Mark on there, but Jeff Carlson, did I get you? Jeff, can you hear me? Yes. Ken Bogrand.
Here.
Okay, also with us this evening, we have Gary Shaw from the hospital.
Here.
Ashley Erisman from Concom.
Present.
Andrew Miller is on.
Yes, here.
And Matt Sullivan.
Here.
Stephen Cohen. Oh, I saw Stephen Cohen for a moment. There are so many people coming in and out on my screen right now. I think I've covered everyone, and people will jump in as we get to their points in the agenda. The only change I think to our agenda this evening is that we actually don't have minutes to approve. Those aren't quite ready. And I don't think that there were any other changes. So we will accept the agenda. And there's really only 2 announcements. So I don't know, Libby, I don't know if you even need to.
There were a couple extras.
Oh, that's right. You did add some. There are a couple of add-ons. Go ahead.
So this meeting is being video and audio recorded. The annual town meeting warrant for 2021, which will start on April 5th, is now open for citizen warrant article submittals through 4 p.m. on Friday, November 13th. And we have a couple of other items that came in. We are having ours, and maybe Chuck, you can elaborate if I'm not saying this quite right. We're having our second Coastal Resiliency Forum, Resilient Nantucket it's called, on community design and guideline charrette. It is a guideline charrette for community design. And that is happening on Saturday, November 14th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. via Zoom webinar. The information is on the town website. FEMA is also going to be reviewing some updated coastal erosion maps. And they are having a public forum on that next Thursday, November 5th from 3 to 5. More information on that is on the town website. We encourage people to attend that meeting. And lastly, did Nancy come on, town clerk?
Yes, she's on.
Okay. Nancy, if you want to do the announcement about the drop box for the ballots, we've gotten a directive from the Secretary of State that Nancy would like to let people know about.
Hold on, she's coming on.
Yeah, she just unmuted. Nancy?
Well,
She's coming, I think.
okay, I can read it if she's gonna be.
Although we can't hear her.
Okay. Well, she may be able to elaborate on this, I suppose, if need be, but let me just pull up the announcement. So people may have seen on the news, there was an issue with ballot destruction in Boston. And as a result, the Secretary of State has issued a directive to all of the municipal clerks to secure their drop boxes for ballots from 5 p.m. on Saturday, October 31st until Sunday morning, November 1st at 9 a.m. So we have one drop box in front of the town building at 16 Broad Street for ballots and also other mail for the town building. That drop box will be locked from 5 p.m. on Saturday, the 31st, until 9 a.m. on Sunday, November 1st. And we're posting this as widely as we possibly can. So that was the announcement. Oh, she doesn't have any audio, so okay, that's it.
Thank you. We'll move on to the COVID-19 weekly update. Public comments are welcome throughout this if anyone wants to raise their hand, but I will turn it over to our public health director, Roberto Santamaria, or to Gary Shaw, whoever would like to. Roberto?
I can start. Just first things first, just to do really quick. If I'm a little jittery and jumpy, it's because Jason hooked me up with 2 red eyes today. For those of you who don't know, it's coffee espresso. Here's my second one. So thank you, Jason. So if I stutter, that's Jason's fault. Let me share my screen. Thank you, Jason. Okay, so really quick with the COVID report. I'm sorry it wasn't in your packet today. I only just finished it maybe 15 minutes ago. It's been a little hectic. So real quick, as far as testing goes, we've had over 11,000 tests, so that's really good. And the Stop the Spread has been hitting its limit really quicker and quicker every day. I think I'll let Gary answer more about this, how Stop the Spread is going, but we've had a pretty big uptake since the last presentation. Okay, now I can slow down. So over the last few weeks, the last 2 weeks or so, or week now, we've had a huge spread. We had another second spike within the same landscaping community. It's mostly tied to one landscaping company, which he did reach out to me this week and did say that they have ceased operations until the spread is slowed down and stopped. But in the last 10 days, we had 31 cases, not all of them related to the same group, but it is a significant portion of it was. 36 in the last 20 days and 59 in the last 30. So if you look that in the last 10 days, we had 31 cases. And in the 10 days before that, we only had 5. We were doing great. And even at the last select board meeting, I mentioned how we were going into the yellow. And we went into yellow and we were in good shape. We have it on good authority. We're going to be back in red tomorrow. So really quick, positivity test is going into the yellow, in my opinion here, and the metrics are here. And so as of yesterday's test, it was only 6.1%, but that's just of 1 day's worth of testing. The 7-day average is 3.1 positivity rate. And if you remember, the full closure, the metric threshold that we had set was 10% positivity rate for the 7-day average. We came dangerously close to that. At the last spike, we were around 7% of the running average, but in this case, with it being a really sharp spike and then moving forward with all the tests that we even have, that actually, spreads out that positivity rate. So we're actually in surprisingly good shape, considering how rough the spikes were. For those who haven't checked already, we only had one positive test come back today. So we went 3, 6, 9. And then we only had one today. And then from there. So as far as those who have died, thank God, knock on wood, we're still down at 3. And then slowly that number is going down. As far as the metrics go, the age breakdown, it's clustering in the younger community. This is definitely now, it's just like if you watched Charlie Baker's presentations yesterday in his press conference, he showed the numbers on where we were in the original spike in the spring versus the spike that we're in right now in the fall for the rest of the state. And he also reiterated, we're seeing exactly the same. We're a mirroring where in the spring's outbreak, it was mostly clustering in the older population, ages 40 and above. The newest clusters we're seeing spiking in people ages 39 and below. So same as before, even split, close to 50-50 among males and females. As far as the race breakdown goes, you'll see some significant changes here over the last few days. 27 cases fall into the Hispanic category of this one, mainly because that's the main demographic that we're working with right now. So we've increased outreach in multiple languages, and our staff is reaching out and connecting with cases directly. Points of origin, only one case was from out of state in this last spike. The rest are local. So back to our normal, cumulative incidence information. You'll see, just going all the way back, you'll see here in September, that first spike, the second spike is over here, and then now we're in this third spike. Over the last 30 days, you'll see that we were doing very well. It was nice and flat. And then we went another 100 cases since the beginning of this month or so. Another 50 cases. Sorry. And then with the sewage, that's also pretty good. It's also pretty decent news. We're not looking at another spike going up. You'll see that they've predicted that we're just going to maintain that same line where we are with the sewer line. So it's really important that even though it is showing that a huge spike, they are still just saying 1 to 5 new cases per day. That is spot on. We're seeing on average 1 to 5 new cases on a daily basis. So you'll see, we saw the 369s that came in over 3 days, but what we're seeing is still on average over the course of the last 10 days, over the course of the last 7 days or so. This is still pretty spot on when you average in those zeros, and today's 1. As far as the curve goes, this is the last 30 days with the 7-day moving average trend line. This trend line, as always, is still not as always, but as expected, is still showing going up. Where does this graph show you is the R number. So in the last 7 days, what we're seeing is an R of about 1.28. If you remember, an R of 2 is really the rough number. That's the one that will start sparking other, shutting down specific industries, things like that. This isn't, we're nowhere near that. 1.28 is actually a really surprisingly good number considering how many cases we got in this recent spike. So that's it. What it tells us is that it's a little bit more than a one-to-one transmission for everyone who's getting sick. With the next steps, pay attention to emergency order number 13. That means wearing masks at all times when you're out there. For Halloween, masks. Don't do traditional trick-or-treating. Please pay attention to the CDC's guidelines on this. We've pushed out a lot of information in the Inky as well, and it's all on the town's social media and it's on the town's website. So there is a lot, and that's really good. Contact tracing is going well. I was going to go over contact tracing for our specific cases today. Because I got a little sidetracked today, it wasn't in the presentation, but I can show the contact tracing on what we're seeing with these cases on my whiteboard if you would like. As far as the state maps go, so as you remember, I'm only going to be showing 5 weeks worth of maps here. For all the previous weeks, look at some of the previous presentations that I've given, all of which are in the packets. So we started as red, 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 and then we went to yellow last week. But this week, starting tomorrow, we're going to be back in the red. So it's really important to look at that. I'm curious to see where we go in tomorrow's map for the rest of the state. We're hearing that a significant portion of these yellows are turning red tomorrow as well. So we want to see how that is affecting policy at the state level. So real quick, just so I can address it directly. What's really important to understand now too is that what we're seeing, even though we are seeing a spike and we are seeing a specific outbreak, it is a clustered outbreak, and we have been able to trace it as we move along. So as we trade through contact tracing that we're running into, and that is immediate, so we are doing well on that. And Elizabeth she deserves a medal after this. I'll let Gary also discuss a little bit about contact tracing on that. We were able to trace all of this. There are some cases in the schools, but there is no spread in the school. That is important to understand. Just because some students came back positive doesn't mean that those are student-to-student transmission. It's not student-to-teacher transmission. It hasn't been student-to-TA transmission. So there is no plan right now to cancel schools because there is no spread in the schools. All the cases that we're seeing within students are people who caught it at home, and they are all quarantined now. We moved quickly, and they are all quarantined, and they are or isolated, to use the proper terminology. They are isolated, and any of the contacts have been quarantined. And it's important to reiterate that the precautions that we have in the schools and the precautions you have outside of the schools for a lot of our businesses, if you're following those precautions, you wear your masks, you maintain more than 6 feet of distances, you're continuously washing your hands, you're maintaining your logbooks on your work sites as you're supposed to be. If you're paying attention to all of those rules, you are not considered a contact. So that's really important. And then I just now realized that I think I skipped the enforcement slide, which now looks like I deleted it. So no enforcement. So the enforcement slide, so what's important to understand, not important to understand, what you see in the enforcement slide, what was shown was that since everything started in 2 weeks ago now, since the emergency order number 13 started, we have issued 16 citations. They total, because of the amount of violations we're seeing within those 16 violations, we've issued a little bit more than $10,000 in fines. There have been 5 written warnings and a couple verbal warnings now. Jeff Morash out in Plus has been in constant conversation with us. So in all their spot checks there, he's been hitting up all these unannounced inspections. The health department has been doing a lot of unannounced inspection, and natural resources has been doing a lot of unannounced hits too. So the word is out. And one of the things that we've been seeing is, if you remember, a few days into the order number 13, we issued 9 tickets. And then in the 2 weeks after, we've only issued 7 tickets. So that goes to show that the word got out really fast. And education-wise, we dropped off flyers with educational material in multiple languages today at Marine Home Center, Island Lumber, and the paint department. We're also getting more information out to get this stuff out to the 3 Spanish markets and all the liquor stores as well. And we're going to try to keep getting it out to all the other retail markets that are frequented by the population that is currently affected. And with that, I will turn it over to Gary. And if you have any questions about contact tracing or anything like that, I can answer those as we go.
Well, thank you, Roberto. I don't have a lot more to say. I think, Roberto, you do a great job of covering it as always. I'll just maybe give a few highlights on the Stop the Spread program. First, I want to say that if anyone in the public has a symptom, there's certainly no lack of capacity for testing, and we're not turning anybody away. So please come over and get tested if you're not feeling well. Certainly, we want to have that occur. On the Stop the Spread program, that's really for those folks that don't have symptoms. And as you know, the state contracted with us to do 75 a day. That number was just a swag that, at the time that we were wanting to get this program moving, we were somewhere in the number of 20 to 60 a day, just depending on what was occurring in the community. And my comment to the state was that, we could run 150 or more a day. And so when our contract came, that number was in it. Over the last 3 days, I believe the hours that we run that program are until about 2, and we've been getting it at noon or 11 o'clock and hitting that. You have to remember that those are individuals that are coming, they want to be tested, which is great. They don't have symptoms, and we're asking them to come back in the morning. This program is designed around where we sit, whether it's red, yellow, or green, and so it's offered as an authorization for blocks of time of about 3 weeks or so. So we went back yesterday and asked the state to reauthorize this for another block of time. And obviously the justification is the numbers are going in the wrong direction. And then we also asked for an increase of the testing availability per day. So we're hopeful. I see no reason why that wouldn't be authorized. You might hear my dogs in the background. I apologize. So we're just waiting on an answer from the state. Hope to hear something by the end of the week. So far on the Stop the Spread, we've done 792 tests. We found no COVID in any of those tests. All of the COVID is coming through the symptomatic side. And we're seeing it's running well. This morning was a little bit of a trying moment when we came in at about 6:30. There were 4 cars there, and by about 7:30, there were cars backing up all the way out into the street, and we had to have the police department come and help move some cars so that we weren't blocking traffic. Even though that was busy this morning, it certainly wasn't our busiest day. Our busiest day has been over a couple of hundred tests in general, aggregate. Today we did about 175, and we had 8 or 9 tests pending from the day before. So I think on our website we've got 181 we're waiting for results on. So going well, I think. Comments from the public are good. We've had everything from people coming in cars to coming on skateboards to coming on bicycles and rollerblades to come in and get tested, and that's great. So we want that to continue. That's about it. On the COVID testing side, I'll just echo Roberto's comments that the results that we're seeing are a cluster, and obviously the best thing that we can do as a community is test, find, isolate, and contact trace as quickly as possible. And when I talk to my colleagues around the country and even on the coast, we have to be one of the fastest, if not the fastest, services to do that, which is encouraging. I read things all over the media about the effectiveness of doing it quickly to not wait, find this, and not have more spread. So optimistic that that will continue. And I think that Elizabeth Harris, one of our main contact tracers, she's doing great.
Thank you,
All right.
Gary and Roberto. Does anybody have questions, comments? Melissa?
Thanks so much. I just have a few. I think they're quick questions, and I'll let Gary and Roberto decide who can answer them. But actually, maybe Gary, this one's directed to you. Have I seen that hospitalizations around the state are increasing? And is that something that we should be concerned and aware of, a metric we should be tracking?
Well, we are tracking what we hospitalize, and the state is tracking it in general. And yeah, they're increasing for sure. That's a concern, is that the lead lag on hospitalizations and then the percent of people that are really affected and potentially die, are the end result of that after about 8 to 10 days, which is why you see the concern over the spread and how fast it's going, and the impact that it could have as we get more and more into cold weather with the need for ICUs. Across the state. So a lot of focus on that. I will say that there's been a lot of planning across the state through the MHA to collectively have what we've learned as an industry in place as soon as possible. So the good thing is we're not guessing about how to get ready. We are all working together to ensure that we can do what we did last March, April, and May very quickly to ramp up and address, if needed, ICU capacity. But it is climbing, and that's concerning.
Thank you. Could you address rapid testing? I keep hearing about this in the national news media, and I'm curious about if that's something that might make its way to Massachusetts or to Nantucket at some point soon, and what the efficacy of rapid testing is.
Well, sure. I'll start out with just a few comments about what it is and what it isn't, and Roberto, feel free to pick up. It's like anything that we've seen in this industry. We want tools, and we have lots of companies leaning into this to try to bring tools quickly to the market. The question is, are they good tools, and does the data show that they will stand the test over time to give good results? I believe that there is a test right now that the state won't accept, which was highly touted through an industry producer for testing. Back in March, April, and May, machines have been sold, and now it's not felt to be reliable. So the way I do know that the Mass General is approaching testing is that we want to make sure that we have a gold standard that is giving us the results that you can count on, that we can count on. Obviously, safety and health is the first priority. So when those vendors approach us, and our laboratorians and our chiefs of service at the Mass General, we take them and we work with them to try to validate what we see are testing outcomes that are touted with these types of technologies. It's very variable. And as you could see, we've evolved from having limited testing capability then to having rapid testing with our Cepheid analyzer, which is in-house and can do COVID testing within 45 minutes. Highly accurate, didn't have reagents, a lot of those, and now there's more. And then we started contracting with the Broad Institute to take our nasal swabs and do testing. Most of the state was seeing a week or more of turnaround time with that. We've been consistently within 24 hours or so. The deep test, which was all the way back to the end of the nostrils, I had it done. It's not pleasant. And that evolved finally to where we could get media that was approved through the Broad and the FDA, their media, which is just testing the nares just around the nose. And I've seen 4-year-olds do it and hand it back to the nurse successfully. And so you know that things are getting better. So as we know that we can get something out there reliably and that you can count on it, and we can say that you should be able to count on it, we'll get it. But it's also, those things are in high demand across the country as we get more and more of these cases starting up. Communities that haven't been impacted before are now. And so it's very challenging to get supplies, even if they are touted as being very good or easy access. So we're working on it constantly to get things to a better state.
Thank you. Do we think that the red designation will affect school? I'm sure there's a lot of parents who are listening tonight who are very concerned about that. Have we heard any or know anything about that?
No, we're not gonna, the red is not gonna affect schools.
Great.
That's part of, schools are not going to be canceled or anything unless we see spread within the schools itself.
Fantastic.
In fact, like the governor said yesterday in his talks, the protocols we have in schools are actually keeping people safer than outside. So the safest place for the students to be is in schools than at home.
Fabulous. And I guess my last question is, but for both of you, I understand Elizabeth's doing a wonderful job. Do we have enough contact tracing capacity at this moment? And are we prepared to have more if we need more? And that's my last question. Thank you.
Yeah, so Elizabeth has been handling most of the contact tracing, almost all of it, all of the contact tracing herself single-handedly. But in these situations when we have too many and or when we don't have translators available, things like that, we are part of the state's contact tracing collaborative, which is a partnership with Partners in Health, the nonprofit organization, and they have an entire team of thousands of contact tracers across the state. And often they're able to complete the full contact tracing method within 24 to 48 hours.
Thank you. Those were all really great questions. Matt?
Yeah, I had a question and then I have a comment. The first is I look at our other island, I look at the Vineyard, and they seem to have, sort of avoided some of the surges that we have, and they've stayed, sort of where we were for a good part of the early summer. And I'm wondering, have we reached out to them to see what is happening differently there than is happening here, as sort of like a, best practice analysis or something? Because our demographics are similar, our workforce are similar. They actually even have a few more people that come over because it's easier to get there. So have we done that work and looked at that?
Yeah, we have been. I think it's a great question. I was on the phone with Denise Shapezi today, the CEO of the hospital there, and they're not escaping it. They've had a wedding with a cluster, which started out with 6. It's now up to 11. And they're very concerned about that spread. I would say that, the results that we see in communities are always about a little bit of luck and a lot about diligence. And so luck of the draw with how we've had clusters here. My hope, and I pray for the Vineyard, that as they get these clusters starting, as they will inevitably, that they can do as rapid of contact tracing as we've been able to help stop that spread. But they are starting to see it. I think they've just been a little bit luckier, and it's not because they have different protocols or a different message to the community. I think there's a little bit of luck in that.
And
then the comment, because I've been dealing with it with one of my employees. This is more for the public, for business owners. Maybe they know, maybe they don't. There's the FFCRA, the Family First Coronavirus Response Act. And what that allows you to do is, if you have someone that has been, asked by a doctor to quarantine, you're able to pay them, and you're able to take a tax credit on your 941. And so they are not out of pocket any money, and the business is not out of pocket. It's important for people to realize there are things in place. So if someone does have to quarantine, they do not, they are still made whole. And that's through the department. I think that's through the federal, through your 941, through your federal taxes. So I just think it's important people to realize that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Christy?
Thank you. Not so many questions, but comments. I think it's really important that we try to increase the number of testing through the Stop the Spread. That was one of my questions, was how the state came to the number of 75 per day. So I'm glad that we are looking to increase that, because obviously we keep seeing these clusters, and the more testing we can do, the better. When it comes to enforcement, I'm glad to hear that we are enforcing more. I think it's really important for the town to be a leader in this. And if we see town employees, I don't think that verbal warnings should be. I think they should get fined as well. I think we all need to be practicing what we're preaching and making sure that everybody is in compliance.
Oh,
And-
we issued a $1,200 ticket today to one of our own town contractors.
Okay, thank you. And I just think, I know that we've been saying it's the landscaping companies right now, but it's all of us in it together to help all our businesses move into phase 2, step 2. It's been almost a month since other places around the state have been able to open business more. And, we're one of the few communities who haven't been able to because we've been in the red and yellow for so long. So, it's not just about keeping your business open, but trying to keep the whole island. So all of us need to do our part in complying. And the last thing I just wanted to mention, I know I've said it a couple of times, but I have to keep bringing it up, is so much of our clusters are due to dense housing. And we really have to focus on our policy and how we can support affordable housing and safe housing solutions for the island, because it's really becoming a life and death situation. And COVID's not going away anytime soon. And it's something that I think we're going to keep seeing. And we have to start thinking about how it's going to impact next summer and our housing situations then. So I just couldn't not bring it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. That's a really good point, that we've got to start thinking towards 2021 in even more detail. The Boston Marathon got canceled today, or postponed. Roberto?
I think we need to start thinking closer to 2022.
Yeah, agreed. Through 2021.
Yeah, through 2021 into 2022. Even if the Pfizer vaccine that gets approved, if it gets approved next month, like they're expecting, even if that gets approved, we're not going to see anything more than just the most vulnerable populations in the United States getting vaccinated until August. And then from there, we'll have mass vaccinations for the rest of the population. So we're looking at a whole another year.
What's a normal projection for eradication of something like this?
We're never eradicating it. This is going to be, because of the type of virus it is, just like the influenza virus, it is a waning immunity, just like influenza. So there was actually an article in the British Journal of Medicine just 4 days ago about waning immunity. So it's probably going to be something more like a seasonal vaccine, just like the flu in comparison, rather than a eradication vaccine like you see with measles, mumps, rubella, polio, things like that.
Okay, Melissa?
Thank you, Don. I just wanted to, on that point, I really think it's important as we're looking at budgeting and forecasting that if Roberto's office or town administration or any other office needs support in the coming year to manage the virus, I think we need to know that. I don't want to go into next season with the potential burnout, with a sense of overwhelm, or feeling like we aren't equipped to deal with what might be coming down the pike, because now is the time for us to prepare for that. So I just encourage that dialogue, and I feel like at least I and the board would be supportive of ideas and ways in which we can staff appropriately to meet the needs and demands of the virus.
Totally agree. Matt?
And this is a perfect opportunity. I'll make a plug for, we should be reviewing what went right and what went wrong, what we can improve, and we should be writing, our summer enforcement. We should have a written plan. We should be less ad hoc and more written. And how can we do things better so that we didn't have a chance to do that this spring because of how it happened, but we have a chance now. We've got 5 or 6 months. What is it we have to do? How do we do it? Put it in writing so we have a chance to review it and comment on it, improve it, and have accountability. I think it's, we have an opportunity to do better, and that would be great.
We do currently have a version of a written plan, but there could be further maybe expansion towards next season.
That's the point I'm making is, what things do we do? I mean, there are ideas where we could, there's ideas where we could, is there anything we can do to open up more fully? Can we get everyone's contact information and screen them and open up more fully? I think we have to be thinking about that for the health of the economy and for the safety of everybody. So, so those ideas that we were not able to sort of pull off this spring, maybe there's an opportunity to do that now when we're, while we have time and while we have less people here.
Anything else on this section? Can I go to Amy Baxter to see if she has any updates?
Thank you. Not too much. I will just piggyback on Matt's comment there. I think, Matt, like we discussed last week, specifically, we talked about outdoor dining, but we are in the process of working together internally and then reaching out to the businesses to assess this whole past year and how we move forward and do better. We're going to have to do it again next year, but now we have time to look at it and some learning. So absolutely, positively, that's in process and what we're doing right now as we speak. So we're doing that internally, like I said, and then reaching out to the community and to businesses to better do that and to report back to you. So I know we're doing that as well. As far as any other updates, pretty status quo as far as most of that. We are doing what I just talked about. And then also a lot of questions are coming in about the holidays. We've taken care of stroll and that, but about holiday parties and things of that sort and hosting businesses. And I think we're working on that and we'll come out with that information and communication, as we get through Halloween. And basically right now the message is plan on being at least status quo. We still have, for going back into the red, that means a couple more weeks at least at this level, and to plan on, going out to dinner with folks, maybe 6 at a table. If we get up in that's great, but that it's going to look a little different as far as the holidays, but we are going to communicate that. And I see Roberto's hand, who might want to comment on that as well.
Roberto, you want
Yes, big reminder. Thank you, Amy. I was talking about that earlier today. Eating together, Thanksgiving, Halloween, all that stuff. It's really easy to accidentally cross-contaminate foods, plates, things like that. A big example of what we saw with a couple household outbreaks that we saw here, and then what we're seeing across the state is a salsa bowl. If you have a bowl of salsa and somebody goes and grabs chips and dips into that salsa, the next person to dip into that salsa is now contaminated with it. The same double dipping, all that stuff, even beyond that. So what we're finding, I don't remember which journal it was released last week, about how they're finding that there's a protein in the blood that A and B have that most O positive or O negative people do not have, and that's how COVID is really latching into the blood. They're finding some of that in that, and so this being a bloodborne virus, if you have any sort of periodontal situation, and if you know anyone who knows anybody who has nitroglycerin drops, you know that the sublingual veins and arteries are a direct pathway into the blood. So you put in a drop right below your tongue, and that's the easiest way for something to get into your bloodstream. COVID getting into your mouth and getting into the bloodstream like that is really just as dangerous as inhaling it, or more dangerous sometimes. Getting it into your eyes, things like that. So sharing food is a big no-no. So that's where Halloween and Thanksgiving come in. It's really important to understand that no bowls of candy, no things like that, because it's really easy to transfer that in. So Amy, that's something I completely forgot to mention in my presentation. So now that you said it, thank you. It got me on there.
Yeah, and Gary. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Roberto just brought up 2 points when we get to the holidays. we just really need to be careful as a community about gatherings and thinking that it's we can take it for granted and have a gathering at our home and we're okay because we all know each other. That's really not the case anymore, and that's really how spread starts. So I will say that I've never lived any place where a town takes it more seriously, and I see folks treat it that way. But large gatherings are a problem, and we should all make sure that as we know folks talking about events or talking about events, let's try to discourage that as much as we can so that we don't have a continual number of clusters.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think in that, yeah, they just touched on everything we need to talk about. So I think, well, yeah, the holiday party that we're used to having with our, colleagues and things is going to be different this year, So I think we'll work on that. And it's upsetting to hear about the salsa. I didn't think about that, but it's a good individual salsa for everyone. But that's something good in advisory maybe that we talk about as well, because the food requirement from the state sometimes says get enough food, obviously, that the whole table can share, and that might be a little bit misleading. So we will work on updating that as we get through Halloween this weekend, as we approach Thanksgiving and Christmas for all the restaurants.
Jason?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amy, what are there good guidelines that we have or the state for pop-ups? And what I mean by that is, like, in the front of my shop, if I want to put a table up and have someone sell candles or something, is it all the same guidelines, gathering of 10, social distancing, or is there something else to think about? If it's on private property, I know if it's on public, it's a whole, not going to happen.
Right. And Roberto can correct me, but basically what we look at is, the industry specific guidelines. So is that a retail type of situation? But yeah, everything would apply regardless. Distancing and the gathering would apply across the board. And then we look at the actual activity of the event or gathering and what's going on. If it's food and eating or retail type of situation and stuff like that. We did create on the COVID pages too, as far as events or gatherings, a link to kind of submit a request so we can keep it together. And we've got a couple where, people are unsure if I have this many people and I'm doing this at a restaurant or a caterer or things of that sort. We can take a look at it and review with health and make sure if anyone has any question, we have that available and we'll review it. If you have any questions, any businesses, just give us an outline and we'll review it just to make sure ahead of time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. That was a really good update today. Can I move on to the next section of the agenda? We good? Okay, I will move on to, Libby?
I was just going to mention, we had Halloween on here. We didn't totally address it, but there is a lot of information on the town website, on the state website, on the CDC website, and we are saturating our Halloween messaging out there. Traditional Halloween activities are high risk. We absolutely do not recommend them. There are a lot of low risk activities that could be fun. They're easy, they're safe. So please check the town website out for all of that stuff. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to public comment for items not related to COVID-19 or any other agenda items. This is where anyone can bring something to our attention that's otherwise not on our agenda for discussion. I'm not seeing any hands. Oh, Megan Perry.
Thanks, Dawn. It's an item that's on your agenda, but I wasn't sure if you were going to accept public comment on it. It's under citizen department requests, the number 2, the town and SBPF work group. Will you guys be accepting comment on that later?
We will accept some comments.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Sure. Thanks. Are there any other public comments in regard to anything that's not on our agenda for discussion? Okay, seeing no hands, we will move on. There's no new business. We do not have minutes. We do have treasury warrants and pending contracts.
So moved. Actually, I want to so moved on the treasury warrants.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor by roll call: Melissa Murphy.
Aye.
Matt Fee.
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella.
Aye.
Jason Bridges.
Aye.
Thank you. We do have a contract on there to run water in regard to the PFAS. Is that what you wanted to mention, Matt?
Well, that, and I'm not, the trailer, we've got 150,000 for the trailer at 131 Pleasant. And I don't want to support that. I just think that we're meeting remotely anyway. I'd like to see that site be used for housing. So I'd like to take the other, I will move the other 5 items.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second the 5.
All those in favor by roll call, Matt Fee,
Aye.
Melissa Murphy,
Aye.
Jason Bridges,
Aye.
Christy Parentella,
Aye.
Don Holgate, aye. What about the trailer? I mean, we do have a temporary plan here to move town offices, and that's been up in the air for a while. Does anybody?
I'll make a motion, so hopefully someone seconds it and we can have a discussion. Is that?
A motion to approve it?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Is there discussion? Should we just go to a vote? Melissa?
No, I was curious if Matt would share a little bit more about what he's thinking about why he's opposed to it.
I drive by it. I think it's ugly. I think it's ugly. I think that it's an and I brought this up when we've talked about it previously. I think we talked about having offices and meeting space. We don't really need the meeting space. We're meeting on Zoom. I think I'd love to see that be developed as housing sooner rather than later. And I worry that if we spend, 150,000, 250,000, that it will be there for 10 or 15 years. So I don't want to support it.
Libby?
Just refreshing everybody's memory about this. This came up well over a year ago, this property. And yes, we were not in COVID at the time of needing more meeting space. That's clearly not a need right this moment, but it is going to be when we're out of this. We had brought to the board a proposal to repurpose this facility, the old fire station. We had a lot of different options. We came to the board with them just about 2 years ago, and at the meeting where we brought them, somebody from the Affordable Housing Trust said, wait, let's take a look at this for housing. So we then spent several months looking at it for housing, and the trust came back and said, okay, this could be a good site at a later time, but we're not ready for it right now. The board then voted to proceed with using the site temporarily, 3 to 5 years potentially, for moving some town offices there, specifically natural resources and the health department, and getting the meeting trailer. So we are basically following what was voted on by the board. And if that is going to potentially change now, then we have a lot of things to reverse. So I think we all understand that property is very good potential maybe in the future for housing. The Affordable Housing Trust had its eye on it, but again, they weren't ready. And there are a lot of other things that need to be in place in order for that to happen. And that's one of the reasons why we're about to have a municipal facilities workshop in a couple weeks.
Jason, then Christy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand Matt's concern that this thing goes down and gets hooked up and it's there for 10, 20 years. Like Matt, I'm sure you've seen things like this happen before. So that potential possibility is there. However, COVID isn't going to last forever, right? We are going to need more meeting space, but we do need more office space now. And so I think I understand your concerns, Matt, but I think we need to go forward.
Christy?
Thank you. I was just going to share that I see where your concerns are, Matt. And as soon as you brought that up, I immediately thought, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund might not have been ready a few years ago, but with new revenue sources and the $20 million, maybe they'd be ready now. But, I'm not sure if Tucker's on this call or if anybody would be able to address it, I think that would still be several years out. And in the meantime, we do need the office space. So I think it makes sense to move forward. And I think Libby mentioned it. This is why we need a facilities master plan so that we know how to handle when things like this come up and be able to kind of move quickly. But I don't think it would be something that could be housing, you know, in the next year or so.
Is there any further discussion?
No, I'm just, you know, I think we could put an RFP out. I think it could be, you know, the Affordable Housing Trust, the meeting space, et cetera, could be part of it. And, you know, and I think, anyway, and I understand we're going to go forward with this, but I just, you know, we talked about this initially and had those concerns and we are, you know, it's, anyway, I know where it's going, but I think that there could be a way to get it sooner rather than later and solve a couple purposes and not have to look at that thing for 5 years. But
Howard Dickler has his hand up, so I'll take a comment. Howard?
Thank you. I support Matt. I think that the Affordable Housing Trust may not have been in a position to have the funds to focus on the site at the time, and I realize the need for additional office space. I agree with Matt that this property could serve more than one purpose, and I think the board should focus on going forward to meet both purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa?
I guess the question back to Libby would be is, you know, if we support this tonight and the trailer's set down and we use it for the immediate need, what you were just referencing was that facilities master plan redevelopment of this site is a part of that. And even within a year, if we issued an RFP to build a multi-use building that addressed meeting space and affordable housing, that timeline could be prioritized, correct? This is is your office looking at this as a temporary solution, not a permanent one?
We were instructed by the board to look at this as a temporary solution. So yes, we are. And if the Affordable Housing Trust was ready, we would have heard from them by now.
Tucker does have his hand up.
It is, if we're going to reverse course here, again, we are reversing a lot of other efforts. And even if we put out an RFP tomorrow, we don't have the money. This is a completely different effort than what the Affordable Housing Trust is already doing with the Neighborhood First program.
I'm going to go to Tucker.
Hi, Don. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. You know, I really appreciate Matt bringing focus to that site potentially for housing. I think the board unanimously felt before that it would be a very good site for housing. But I fully support Libby's plan for interim use. That site is not presently in what I would call our pipeline of planned projects over the next few years, but it easily could fit in, 4 or 5 years down the road. So, we'd love the opportunity to understand the need for the short-term use.
I do think we need to keep our eye on an eventual use for this, but I think it's a very important step right now to move those offices from their current locations and to at least set that trailer in its location and probably use it also for office space. So I support this interim plan, and I do think that we need to keep our eye on it being interim. We're also moving forward with a facilities workshop coming up where we need to come up with some master planning for offices, but with us prioritizing things like housing and the island home and senior center, and with COVID, that's kind of fallen to lower on the list at the moment in terms of moving those big projects forward. So I think that that we need to plan this out over a number of years. Brooke Moore?
Hi, Don. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Brooke.
Thank you. I want to reiterate that I absolutely see the need for the temporary housing. I think the way I would phrase it is, when this comes up on the timeline for the Affordable Housing Trust, which based on the Select Board's earlier support of the site for housing, I would just worry, my only worry is that because there are temporary offices there, that that would hold up the process of planning and executing housing there. So I think, with the caveat that we work together on a timeline that works both for Libby, town administration, and the facilities needs, that using this as a temporary site for urgent needs is not problematic, as long as it doesn't hold up planning for us in the future.
Thank you, Brooke. This may end up being a mixed use site. I'm not sure what the final plan will be, but we also know that if we're using things like tax credits, and it's a long process from design to actually putting a shovel in the ground. So anyway, do we want to go to a vote? Okay, all those in favor by roll call. Melissa Murphy?
Aye.
Matt Fee?
Aye.
Jason Bridges? Christy Ferrantella?
Aye.
John Holgate, aye. Okay, that carries unanimously. All right, next up, we have citizen departmental requests. Valet Park of America 2020 Summer Valet Service updates, to go over how things went this summer. Talk about potential future.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, Tim.
Hi. So just to give everybody a little bit of an update from this last year's season, I'm not sure, did everyone get the numbers that I had sent to Greg already? Okay. So just wanted to start by saying special thanks to the town for allowing us to operate this year. You know, I know there was a lot of uncertainties with COVID. I think it was important for a lot of the businesses, as well as the visitors to town, to know that we were available for them, as well as for my own employees. You know, a lot of them had plans for multiple years who have been going out there, you know, needed to make sure they kept working. So I appreciate the town sticking with us and allowing us to do our job. With that being said, we have had a lot of experience working at hospitals off island, as well as COVID testing sites. So while we were out there this summer, we had no COVID cases amongst employees. We were able to do a lot of advanced work in screening our employees ahead of time, having them isolate and prior to going out to the island, as well as we had temperature screenings for them on a daily basis, things along the lines that you know, a lot of businesses had to do. But I just wanted to say thank you for that. Also, you know, one of the things that in the beginning of the summer that we were able to help out a lot of the restaurant businesses with, and I worked with Greg and Amy Baxter on allowing restaurants to reach out to us if they needed the fencing for their outdoor seating. We supplied that, or were able to supply that to restaurants if they wanted it at no cost, with the extra fencing that we had stored over at National Grid. With that being said, as far as the numbers go, the numbers were drastically down for volume of the cars, especially at the Broad Street location. At the Broad Street location, At one point, I did reach out to Greg. We discussed the possibility of closing the site, and after some back and forth with Ted, the owner of our company, and some thoughts, basically we decided to just stick it out, to stay there and remain open for consistency for not only our customers but also for the restaurants we were supporting. But the Broad Street location was a huge loss for us. Our payroll every day was more than we brought in. So the National Grid location, the bag check, we did slightly higher than we did last year at the town lot location with the bag check. And the vehicles, while our volume was down, we had so much positive feedback about the location, the bag check being in that location, and as well as the valet being in that location. And we also had no complaining, obviously, from us tying up or taking space from employees who were looking to park like they were in the town lot from the year previously. So I think there was a lot of pluses of moving back to the National Grid location. And I think that moving forward to next year, if COVID is still having as strong of a presence as it is, which I know Roberto had spoken about that, going on for several years, I'm not sure. We're starting to see volume at a lot of our locations go back up and a lot of our locations reopen off island, including banquet facilities, including wedding bookings, restaurants, things like that for future plans. We're starting to see those types of things come back. So I do think that, who knows what happens with the numbers with COVID. Broad Street, I'm a little gun shy for next year. Obviously can't do it at a loss at the level we were at. So if COVID is still very strong, I would recommend maybe not doing the Broad Street location for next year and simply running the National Grid location. If we want to do the Broad Street for consistency and for helping the restaurants on that side of town, if COVID is still as strong as it is, I'll have to go into that knowing that it'll probably be either a break even or a loss. So those are some things that I just, wanted to present to you folks. And I'm not sure if anyone has any questions about the specific numbers, or about the information I just shared with you.
Does anybody have any questions or comments? We're waiting to hear about National Grid for next year. Melissa?
I just want to say thank you. I think that the program was an important element of business success. And even though parking wasn't a challenge like we've seen it in years past, I think it was a great, reliable service. And I just want to say thank you. I think Valet Park of America has done a great job helping the town meet its parking issues while we sort out our solution.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I do think that it is important for businesses just to be able to tell customers who might not otherwise come down because they're worried about parking, like, okay, you can still use this location. So there is something to be said that, you look at the numbers from Broad Street from the year before, or even the year before that. I mean, if the numbers go back to that, then, it really has a high impact. But if the numbers were what they were for 2020, that was a drastic loss.
Thank you, Tim.
You're welcome.
Hopefully we can make it work again for next year.
Absolutely.
It's really important. I used the service myself a couple times this summer.
Thank you. And like every business, I had my challenges with trying to make sure my employees had their masks on at all times. And, it's not easy, especially when you're employing a young staff. So, thank you for working with me. And if anyone had any complaints or heard any complaints, I apologize for that. I really worked hard, and I know we got there, but I know in the beginning there was a few incidences where we had some people complaining about some of my staff not wearing masks on a day or two, and we got that straightened out pretty quickly.
Thank you. There was a little bit of a learning curve for everybody.
Absolutely. I'm gonna jump off if no one has any questions, because I'm on a work site working.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Next up, we have the Town Sconset Beach Preservation Fund Work Group review of a memo regarding the SBPF project. I'm not sure who wants to talk about this first. Matt's been our lead board member on this. Ashley Erisman is here. George Pucci is here. Libby?
So I was sort of hoping Matt would take the lead. Hint, hint.
I can go first if you want. That's fine. This is they'll probably take a little bit.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of information in the packet, but maybe you could just go over it a little bit for the public.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. Yeah, we began meeting, we had quite a few meetings. We began meeting, in the spring. We've been at it for a while. The goal was in my mind, was to explore whether there was a compromise, like a path forward that worked for the town, the public, SBPF, and the neighbors in that area, and find a way to strike a balance. It has been, it has been very polarized, and it's been a very difficult situation. And so it's, so we went into it with that mind sort of frame of mind, and sort of said, let's see if we can do the best we can do. Let's put the issues on the table. If we agree at the end, we'll shake hands and walk away, knowing that we tried. I didn't want to see us not try. The uncertainty of litigation and the prior agreements and other issues that we have make this very complex issue. I'll let Mr. Pucci talk about that a little bit. But I think that was we went into it with that mindset. The members of the group, it was Libby, myself, Ken Bogrand, Ashley Erisman for the Conservation Commission, Jeff Carlson, and from SBPF, we had Josh Posner, Amos Hofstetter, Dwight Dunk, who was their engineer, and Bob Felch, who was added after a couple meetings, and was a very helpful addition. We also had counsel for SBPF, and George Pucci was available for a lot of our meetings. The memo, I'm going to try not to read everything, but there's a lot in there. It presents a draft understanding developed by the work group. We would like us to review it and comment. It contains elements that are only agreeable if accepted as a package. There are some things in here, some of the public access and some of the other issues that are in appendix, X? Some of those, are or appendix Y, and some of the other agreements, are not, some of these are tied together. And so, and again, it talks about scrutiny. The project, it's a proposed extension of existing geotube array and sand template from 59 to 119 Baxter, had reached an impasse, and it's a subject to litigation. We and SPPF agreed to form a working group to work for a collaborative and successful agreement instead of litigation and the uncertainty. I talked about, we did it in a positive light, and we think with some revisions and some compromise, not everybody's happy with this at this point, I would say. We'll see here some of that tonight, but SBPF isn't happy with it either. So in some ways, I think that means we may have done our job, and hopefully we have. The benefits, and George, I think we'll talk about the benefits of the existing project. People sort of sometimes forget that we had a lot of erosion there in a quick amount of time, and we were very close to losing the road. We've gone 7 years without that. That's a positive. There are some houses that have been protected along that road that may not have been. And the nourishment has been designed and reviewed. It's gone through 7 seasons. It may not last forever. You'll see that, and we've acknowledged that. There's a difference of agreement. SBPF may think that this, can go on for a long time, and others think this is a 5 or 10 year. What we've kind of come to is that this, this will be there. And so anyway, we'll get to that later. Members of the working group agree litigation is burdensome and divisive for the island. It's far better to find a way to compromise, work together than to fight in court or in state administrative agencies for the chance of an all or nothing result or a compromise result, which does not adequately serve local interest and environmental concerns. We believe an accord can be found that adheres to each party's principles, and this is, and is consistent with applicable law and regulation. That's what we hope to do. I'm not gonna try not to read all this. This is gonna happen increasingly in other areas. And so what we were trying to do is say, how do we address what's gonna happen in other areas as well? Coastal erosion isn't going away. Is there a way to do this that causes no harm to anyone else, and to monitor it and to, monitor it and have the right protections in place? Let's see. Yeah, so that talked about how many meetings we were in. We hope that this will settle pending litigation and appeals, develop a long-term plan to address the integrity of the neighborhood that may utilize coastal engineering structures in qualifying areas, put in place benchmarks, so if harm is done to others, corrective action or removal will happen. Confirm benchmarks and maintenance procedures have met, improve and clarify enforcement criteria. Some of the, that's one of the steps that is really important is, clarify some of the issues. So if we are at an impasse later, those are understood. And I'm trying not to get into all the details on, I don't want to read the whole part, but I'm trying to not get into all the details. We really did is we have put together a sort of a framework for the future discussions. We're not telling the Concom, what to do. They have to, the hope is that this goes to the Concom, or what we want, not even the hope, it will go to the Concom. We're planning for it to go to the Concom, and that they will look at the couple steps that the stuff that's in their purview. I'm not saying this very well, but we hope that it gives, that it will go to them after we've looked at it. We're having public input tonight. There'll be written public input through the Concom. That's going to happen. During this process, we met, but it wasn't only us. Others that are interested, we reached out to, I spoke and reached out to other people. Concerns of the public, concerns of some of the other groups were included and hopefully addressed as much as possible in this situation. And it's on, I think some of the questions will help. I would like to let George and, George, Libby, Jeff comment. And then when some of the questions come out, I think, you guys have questions, we'll answer them. That would be great. But again, I think the most important thing for me is how do we move forward in a cooperative manner? Can we rise above sort of some of the animosity and sort of partisan divisiveness, et cetera, that we've had here? We all live on the same island. Can we find a way to do something that works for the ecology, works for the SBPF and the town, and move forward, without sort of some of the rancor that we've had? Bob Felch joined us. That was very helpful. And we made a real point of, asking everyone involved on either side of this to tone it down. When some of the letters started coming to our board and coming to the public, sort of reached out and everyone kind of took a step back, and I think that was helpful. So I'm hopeful that we will, that we will move this forward, and that we will find a way to, to do something that's, that's corrects some of those issues. But I'll let other people speak and then answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. George, did you want to make some comments?
Sure. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. Can you hear me okay? Great. So just to bring up the context by which this report is before you. So to summarize, this is a status report that was written by the working group that Matt just referred to. It's a status report which was meant to advise both the select board, the Conservation Commission, and the public, because there's a lot of public interest in this project or potential revisions to the project. So the purpose of that was to let the public know what was going on with that working group and what had been formulated to date. And the context that you are here in is in September of 2015, the Conservation Commission issued the order of conditions for the existing project at Baxter Road. SBPF at that time agreed that they would not seek expansion of that project until at least January of 3 years from then, so January of 2018, and that they would not seek, even if permitted, to build anything before September of 2018 as well, in order to allow enough seasons to pass to see how this existing project functioned. They did stick by that agreement, and they sought permitting for the expansion project, which was recently addressed by the commission. And that would involves a proposed expansion of the existing project from 59 to 119 Baxter Road. The Conservation Commission, after a lengthy and thorough hearing, denied that project. Mass DEP has issued a superseding of order of conditions allowing the project under the State Wetlands Protection Act, but the state does not act on the local bylaw. So the Mass DEP has issued a superseding order allowing the project. The commission, with the select board's authorization, has filed an appeal of the Mass DEP superseding order. And the other appeal that stemmed from the Conservation Commission's denial was a appeal by SBPF of the local bylaw decision to the Nantucket Superior Court. That case will be decided based on motions for judgment on the pleadings, which will in turn cite evidence in the administrative record before the commission, which led to the denial. So there's no trial or discovery or anything like that. The court's review in that case will be limited to the record that was before the commission, and both sides will have the opportunity to argue why the denial decision should either be affirmed or overturned, and if overturned, what the repercussions of that are, what the scope of a remand hearing would be. Mass DEP automatically will stay appeals of superseding orders if there's a local bylaw appeal. So the status right now is that the Superior Court case is live and ongoing, and the Mass DEP appeal is stayed pending resolution in the Superior Court. With those pending court action and administrative appeal action, the Select Board and SBPF agreed that they would explore the possibility of reaching not a settlement, because of, you can't settle the case on your own because it involves jurisdictional issues of the Conservation Commission, but to at least explore a framework by which a revised project could go back before the commission and potentially resolve pending disputes, and also see if a win-win situation can be reached out at Sconset Bluff in terms of something that would satisfy SBPF and the neighborhood's needs there, and also satisfy the town and the interests of downdrift property owners and areas of the island. So that was the purpose of the working group. As Matt indicated, they met several times by Zoom meeting. Those meetings were not subject to the open meeting law. There was only one designee of the Select Board, the Conservation Commission, and then town staff, the town manager, and the Natural Resources Coordinator participated in those, along with SBPF. But the working group does want this entire process to now be public, so that was the purpose of the status report. And the working group has reached the point where it's ready to report to the public and to the commission and seek a discussion about a potential revised project. So the big ticket items on the revised project is described in the status report, which is public now. But the big ticket item on there to note would be it's a phased project now being proposed to the commission, or if the commission has a productive and optimistic discussion with SBPF, SBPF would go forward with the necessary permitting application for this. So the three-phase project, which is summarized in the status report, is the first phase would be from 119 Baxter Road, that's at the north end of the road adjacent to the lighthouse, extending down to the existing project, and then south to 71 Baxter Road. Phase two of and that would be something that would go immediately to Conservation Commission for permitting if these further discussions were fruitful. Phase two of the project would be from 71 Baxter Road south to 63 Baxter Road. And that would be permitted only after an offshore sand source was permitted and secured. So an estimated time frame of about 2 to 3 years was put in for, before phase two could possibly be implemented and sought for permitting. And then phase three would be 63 Baxter Road south to the point where there's no longer any coastal dune, which would be confirmed through an expert review process. So the south end of the project would be dependent on the existence of the coastal dune, because obviously nobody wants to affect that if that's functioning properly. One of the big items that came up in the Conservation Commission's denial was that this project extended south into areas where there was existing dune. So that was a big point of contention, and at least two of the members, at least it was a 4-3 vote denying the project, and at least one of those members in the 4 majority, there was a good chance he would have voted for the project had it not extended as far south as it did. So that's the context that you're here for. And I would just, where it would go from here is the work of the working group has been made public. The parameters of a potential revised project to go back before the commission has now been made public. SBPF, and depending on the select board's support for this, would schedule a discussion with the Conservation Commission, not a public hearing, just a publicly noticed agenda discussion item where they would discuss this concept with the commission and get kind of a feel from the commission as to whether this is dead in the water before the permitting attempt even takes place, or whether this is something that could potentially be permitted by the commission. So you have not reached a settlement agreement. You're not proposing a settlement agreement for authorization or anything like that at this time. It's only something that would go for a discussion with the Conservation Commission. SBPF could get a feel from the commission as to the viability of the revised project. And if so, they would go forward with a effort to receive permitting for that. And that would go through a public hearing before the commission. And just finally, I've said more. I try not to take up, the board's time speaking, but a couple of issues of relevance of why the select board was willing to have these conversations with SBPF is there has been a great deal of positive effect with the partnership with SBPF to date. as Matt had pointed out, in the the winter of 2013 to 2014, you were facing an imminent threat of breach of the bluff in the area in question, which was the subject of a emergency certification through Mass DEP and the commission at the time. That's what originated this initial 3-tier GO2 project out there. The town at the time, retained through the select board, had its own engineering firm looking at this, and they did assess, that there was a potential catastrophic breach of the bluff at that time, which threatened the roadway, it threatened public utilities, it threatened access to existing residences. The project, which ultimately was permitted by the commission, there has not been the breach in the area that was of concern, in all of these years, which has gone since that winter of 2013 to 2014. And the other big ticket item that was really a benefit between this public-private partnership with SBPF is SBPF took the lion's share of negotiating a memorandum of understanding for alternative access to the north end of Baxter Road in the event of a breach. So the select board was able to secure this agreement, which has agreed taking awards in the event that the road needs to be relocated with a breach in that area. So the taking awards have been agreed to and documented in writing. And even more importantly than that is the landowners affected agreed to those taking awards, by contract in the memorandum of understanding, and property owners who signed off on this agreement, which is between 87 and 122 Baxter Road, have also agreed not to contest the amount of betterments which would be assessed in the event that that roadway needs to be relocated. So in other words, those taking awards would be bettered. The cost of that project to relocate the roadway in the event it needed to be relocated will also be bettered. And those property owners who would benefit from that have agreed not to contest the amount of the betterment assessments that would result from that. And that was no small order, because there were a number of property owners involved. There were a number of sophisticated parties involved: the lighthouse, the golf course, the property owners who's involved in the taking awards. And that agreement was negotiated and is fully in place. The property owners in that area also agreed to give a 1 beach easement to the town. Those have been provided, and the 1 big beach easements of all those property owners have been recorded in the registry. So there has been a benefit to date with this partnership. One thing about and I know this question comes up a lot about potential relocation of the roadway. The memorandum of understanding for alternative access to the north end of Baxter Road is contingent on the town, it's meant as a measure of quote unquote last resort when all reasonable efforts to save Baxter Road in accordance with all regulatory requirements have failed. So there's obviously a requirement built into that memorandum that the town continue to make efforts to save Baxter Road as it's currently configured, as long as that complies with applicable regulatory requirements. So if you were to go ahead and relocate that roadway on your own now, that would call into question the continuing effectiveness of that agreement. So you kind of have to start from square one, and you'd be facing potential conflicts and disputes for the taking awards and the betterment amounts. So that's where you are at today. There's, and again, this is nothing but a status report, and it contemplates nothing more than a conversation with the Conservation Commission about the concept of the revised project. So I'm available to answer any other questions that you may have, but that's pretty much where you're at tonight.
Thank you both, George and Matt, for that thorough explanation and all of your work on this. It's really appreciated. I'm wondering does anyone else from the work group want to speak about their thoughts on this? Does the board have questions? I'm happy also to take public comments. Jason?
I just had one question on, see if I make sure I understand it right. The offshore sand source, that's connected to phase 2, not the phase 1, right? And I want to know maybe some of the thinking behind that.
That's correct. Does someone from SBPF want to maybe describe that? Do we have Dwight here tonight? Or Stephen?
I don't see Dwight.
Dwight has his hand raised.
Sorry, Dwight is in, he's an attendee. I'm going to bring him in.
Oh, sorry. There's other people with their hands raised ahead of him. Dwight, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, Jason, the idea was to have an offshore sand site, offshore sand source that will take some time to identify and permit. That would be for the phase 2. So phase 2 would not move forward till the sand was identified and brought on island. And the discussion in the working group was to develop essentially a sand bank because that type of operation would be very costly. So the idea would be to develop a sand bank on island with a large volume of sand that could be used for SBPF, but also be available to other town projects at cost.
Madam Chair, I have a follow-up.
Yes, go ahead.
So the thing of not having this done before phase 1 is just the timing. It's going to take 3 years, and we ideally want phase 1 to start earlier than that. Am I getting that right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Dwight, do you want to respond? Oh, Matt, do you want to respond?
Yes, just you have that right, Jason. The other issue with sand, it started out with, should this be a joint application for sand and should we do it together? We ended up with, saying that it would be their responsibility to, to source it and do it. They have sort of the, hopefully have the horsepower to get that done. It's important for the town because if they find an offshore sand site and it's in a pipe and a slurry and they bring it to the island without trucks and they can slurry it from, along the, once a year or as needed, run it without the vehicles, it's a huge benefit. Right now, there's a lot, and the Concom doesn't have jurisdiction on how they get sand to it. They have jurisdiction over whether it's the right sand, but how does it get there and what's the impact on everybody else? So that's one of the aspects that is important. And if they were able to get the sand and sell it to the town at cost, as the town will have needs going forward, like we do in Nantucket already at times, if the town were getting it at cost, it would potentially be cheaper than, or certainly would be cheaper than it is being sold at now. And so that was the, thinking behind that.
Thank you. We have a couple of hands raised. Shall I go to Susan McFarland?
Thank you, John. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The working group process was totally flawed. The group worked in secret for months and then sprang a memo on the community just a few days before this meeting. The Concom worked very hard for a long time with many, many long meetings over several months, and they reached their decision. That decision was to deny to permit the proposed expansion of the geotubes. Select board members said that they would support the decision of the Concom. They should do so now. Let the process proceed to a decision from the Superior Court. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Molly Molden.
Where?
Did we
Sorry.
lose Emily?
I thought I grabbed Emily, but
Oh, no, there she is again. Emily
hold on.
Moulton.
Barbara Bund is in here. I'm gonna take her out for a second and get Emily back in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry about that. I lowered my hand a little too quickly. Emily Molden for the Nantucket Land Council. Thanks for taking some public comment. I did have a few comments and concerns I just wanted to address to the board. First of all, as far as the process goes, it's always important to work on finding common ground, but it also is certainly important to note that not all the stakeholders have been involved in this conversation to date. The memorandum is intended to consider all parties' interests, but I don't believe this proposal is in the town's best interest. The town is owner of the beach on which much of this project is proposed, and it seems as though most, if not all of the elements that are listed in here that are intended to benefit the town can still be negotiated in the future before allowing the use of the beach, even when the project moves forward. As far as the specific conditions that are proposed for the project itself, I do have some serious concerns, and all of them are clearly regulated by the town's own bylaw and wetland protection regulations. This is certainly not just about finding common ground, but also about protecting Nantucket's resources, which is done through upholding the regulations during the regulatory process. Just to speak more specifically to the mitigation sand volumes that are proposed in attachment X, the volumes that are proposed will ultimately result in far less nourishment than the 22 cubic yards per linear feet per year that were previously required by the Concom, and which DEP itself has agreed with and concurred with on multiple occasions. The town's Concom obviously exists to uphold and implement the regulations, which you've charged them to do, and we know they've really done their due diligence and carefully evaluated these issues and coming to their own determination. The proposed volumes to mitigate each reach of the beach are not even consistent with the erosion rate and nourishment volumes that were provided by the proponents during their 2018 proposal. For reach 1, for example, both the retreat rate and the volume contribution that were provided during the 2018 proposal were larger than what we see here in the memorandum. The average erosion rate is determined by the time frame that you're looking at, and when you're calculating these mitigation volumes, we need to nourish the bank based on how erosion is trending now and into the future, and not necessarily include these longer term rates that are not going to represent appropriate protection for downdrift beaches and properties today. These are definitely complex issues that require extensive review. The Concom, again, is the town's authority on these issues, and we know their decision has been appealed by SBPF. In addition to the commitment that we've heard many of you made in the past to support the Concom in their decision, not defending this decision not only gives away your authority, but it completely undermines the Concom's review as well as our local regulations in that process. So I know there are a lot of issues on the table here. I'm just going to end with that, but I just would urge the select board to proceed with supporting the Concom's review and decision. Thank you for your time.
I'm not sure if some of those points, if maybe Ashley or Jeff could speak to the nourishment, because that's with you being a part of the working group and how you came to this conclusion. Jeff?
Sure. So good evening, everyone. The numbers that were in that section of the memo in Appendix X there were numbers that were provided for discussion purposes by SBPF and for our review, and kind of under the understanding that much with the Concom all the time is obviously numbers are only worth the work that's shown and how you achieve those. And any numbers for nourishment would have to withstand both our peer review and then also discussion at the board. So I don't think that those numbers are are final by any means, at least in my opinion. But I think we are also looking at kind of the concept of kind of that adaptive beach nourishment strategy where we're looking at different areas depending upon what the rates are differently and not necessarily one size fits all for a structure of that size. Again, it's something that I mentioned at the group many times, that obviously the work that goes in behind those numbers to determine those is really important and would still require some level of review before those were even close to agreement. So I think those are almost placeholders at this point and part of their kind of initial proposal, but again, haven't faced the scrutiny of the commission at this point. So if anyone wants to add more, I think they're welcome to, but that's kind of my understanding.
Okay, that's what it seemed like to me, that's something that would obviously be much more thoroughly reviewed by Concom if this compromise is considered. Am I correct in that? Yeah. Okay. Jude, actually, let me go to Barbara Bunn first because she was ahead. The order got altered a little bit. Barbara, can you hear me?
Did I was muted
Barbara,
again.
Go ahead.
Am I now okay?
Yep, go ahead, please.
Okay, I'm Barbara Bund from the Nantucket Coastal Conservancy. We believe very, very strongly that other people, other parties need to be included in efforts to solve the problems on Nantucket's eastern shore. Matt mentioned several, the town and SBPF, but he also mentioned the community and the neighbors, and we don't think they have been included adequately. What I'd like to do is mention 3 additional parties that we think really must be included for this to be a good effort to do sensible things on the East Coast. Number 1, the Nantucket Coastal Conservancy. We attended meeting after meeting after meeting. We were very actively involved in the Concom process, and we think we need to be included. Number 2, the Nantucket Land Council. They also participated very actively throughout the Concom process, and we think they must be included. And then I want to add a 3rd party. The property to the north of Hoyks Hollow Road is owned by the Green Hill family. Their interests are strongly involved here. The Green Hills lawyer is trying a case on the vineyard this week, and he couldn't be here for this meeting. He has authorized us, that's the Coastal Conservancy, to say that the Green Hills position is aligned with ours. So we think this is simply not okay to go ahead with 2 of the parties and all of these people who have serious interests and who have participated in the past not to have been included. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. I mean, maybe Matt can speak to this a little bit, but my understanding was that Matt was in touch with all of these parties throughout this process.
No, Don, I was, but I'm speaking as one individual. I met with all of them. I took the concerns that were shared by them to the work group. So I took all I was in touch. I took all the concerns. It is now public. Some of the issues we talked about couldn't be talked about, at that point, because but it's public, and the issues that are allowed to be talked about now can be. So, that's the intent of this, and it's also the intent of having a public comment period prior to the Concom hearing is to allow everyone to be involved.
Christy?
Thank you. I know we have a lot of public comment, but I just wanted some clarification. With this coming from in front of select board, is it to get support to bring back to Concom in which it would have more review? This isn't kind of to agree on what was in our packet. So I don't feel that we're undermining the Concom's previous vote, but just to see how we could get to a middle ground. Is that how it's moving forward?
Yes, that's the understanding that I have, is that this was really an update for us on what, and that it would go before Concom. Matt?
Yeah, do we as a board agree with the framework? Do we agree that there's, that Concom should be looking at the issues, a shorter project and, in sand and some of the other things that are on the table is, that's sort of, do we frame the framework and do we want to try to find a solution? That's kind of.
Well, I know that a very recurring theme has been that where the sand is coming from, and solving that is a very big piece. And I think that the Concom spent a ton of time on this, and I know that Ashley and Jeff participated, and I would hope that they would continue a discussion if the proposal changes to maybe something that they could come to terms on, but that would be up to their board. Is that fair?
Don, this is George again. Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, it's Matt just said a hearing, but he meant a public meeting. He said a hearing, but it's a public meeting that the discussion would take place at the Conservation Commission. There's no new application as of yet, no public hearing or anything like that, just a discussion item so that the public could be heard. So if people feel left out of the process, they certainly have the opportunity to respond and oppose what's in here or comment on it, both publicly and to the Conservation Commission as part of that discussion.
Yeah, and that was one of the reasons we made sure to get this on tonight, so that there was ample time for people to submit letters, have any discussion needed.
Yep.
Can I continue with the public comments? I've got a few more hands raised. I'll go through them, but Judith Wagner.
Thank you, Don. Judith Wagner, I live in Quidnet. I happen to be on the planning board, but I'm speaking as an individual that's followed these issues for a long time. I'll try to keep my comments focused and brief and add further in writing. First is, I don't think it's the same thing to say there can be a public discussion or meeting with some people who've not been at the table getting to put their thoughts forward when a structure and a proposal and a framework was developed by one of the parties to the litigation seeking the permit and not others. So I really would question whether that's really a matter of fairness, transparency, and good government. Second thing, I'd like to ask whether this reflects a judgment by some members of the select board that the coastal resiliency process that I believe is ongoing. I'm planning to go to that Zoom meeting about FEMA data and so on, that there's now going to be some kind of resolution suggesting that a portion of the island perimeter is going to be subject to substantial, the equivalent of armoring, and that that decision's being made in isolation rather than as part of a broader consideration of the whole range of locales in the island facing erosion, because I think it creates a precedent that needs to be assessed if this is something the select board is making a decision about. I think that really runs counter to the framework in charge of the Conservation Commission. Third thing is, I wonder, and I don't know if anybody is prepared to comment on this, on what the town is making by way of financial commitment to basically take on any obligation to continue to support provision of sand and so forth in this area. Because as a taxpayer, I don't think that that's appropriate to be doing that for some and not others without some systematic judgment about why the town is agreeing to do that. And the last thing that is really a question is, I assume that this matter would have to still come before annual town meeting, because as I've written and shared with the board in the past, the area beneath the bluff is subject to an easement on behalf of the citizens held in trust at the time the development took place. And I believe there's a bylaw that says that kind of thing has to be brought before a town meeting. And I'd like an affirmation that the select board also understands that that in fact would have to occur before anything could be finalized or resolved here. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. It is my understanding that this would require a vote of town meeting, and I don't understand any financial obligation in regard to the sand, but maybe George wants to speak to those questions.
Thanks, Don. Yeah, an assumption of this working group was that use of town land for this would have to go to town meeting, so that not only are they seeking to have a productive discussion with Conservation Commission, a revised project would have to be approved by the Conservation Commission, but then the proposed project, the use of the town land for the project area would be subject to town meeting approval. That's been the assumption by which both the board agreed to participate in this and an assumption of the working group. In terms of the sand, you're absolutely correct. There's no town commitment to any finance for sand mitigation. One thing that did come up as part of the discussion, and I think it's mentioned in the status report somewhere, is SPPF has definitely represented to the town, and you can take it or leave it. I'm not advocating on their behalf, but they've definitely represented that they would have difficulty continuing to fund sand mitigation for the existing project if they can't have an expansion which brings in other financial contribution to that. So that has definitely been put on the table. That they're not demanding that the town contribute anything. They're just raising that as an issue that's also in addition to the environmental reasons they're seeking the expansion project. They also need the additional financial contribution to continue to maintain sand mitigation.
Thank you, George. I'm going to take these next 4 comments, and then we'll see if the board has anything else they'd like to say tonight. Theodore Gillette. Hello?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Madam Chairman and the rest of the board, thanks very much. Appreciate it. I just really came into this fairly late in the process. I've not been following this as closely as everybody else, but I thought I should give my 6 cents worth as a taxpayer. I'm glad that the select board intends to provide for public comment. And I do hope that there will be sufficient timing in advance to notify residents, taxpayers of the conditions related to public comment. And also I completely agree that there must definitely be an item on the annual town meeting for this particular item, for the rest of the town to vote on this. I'm glad that the Nantucket Coastal Conservancy has spoken up on this, and I applaud and encourage their involvement. And I would encourage also the select board to ensure that you bring these people into the dialogue. They are a very dedicated group of people. But I also think that the trustees of the reservation is a group that you should consult with as well. Because whatever happens along that coast is going to certainly have an impact further up where TOR has a very large stake. And likewise, I think people like Pete Kaiser and various fishing groups will have input that I think will be quite germane to the discussion. Overall, I think that the select board should definitely wait for the Superior Court decision. You should not make any steps in advance which could weaken, jeopardize, or overrule the Conservation Commission and what they have done so far. throughout the discussion tonight, I get the impression that somewhat, maybe falsely, but I hope that's the case, that the town is more willing to concede with Sconset Beach Preservation Fund. And I'm concerned by that because the priority here is we, the taxpayer. That's the real priority. And I think also what needs to be done is the town needs to determine really what are the objectives here with the entire approach for a project of a hard banked revetment along that coastline. What really does the town want to achieve? What is the town's strategy? And if you look at hard revetments elsewhere, generally they don't work. So as a taxpayer, I've got to be convinced that this thing is really going to work. I think you need to have a very broad-based sediment transport study done, not something just in a microcosm. Hello, am I still on?
You are.
Okay, because I saw some changes of the screen. And I'm just wondering, whether that's something that is contemplated, because I think that really is necessary. And we've talked about that, I think, in some other meetings. I think I raised that issue a few years ago at one of the Conservation Committee meetings as well. Offshore sand dredging will very likely have serious unintended consequences. And I think it's not something to be taken lightly. The shoals which are offshore are conducive to very important hydraulic flows of water up and down the coastline. If we start fooling around with these, it's going to have, I believe, and I'm not an expert, but just witnessing, living on the shore in Long Island, here and elsewhere, how much of an impact changes offshore can occur. Those shoals also are cutting down on some of the impact of the waves against our coastline. And I think we have to be very careful what we might do. There's been no discussion to date, as far as I'm aware, maybe it's in the study, but I've not seen it, about what are the costs? How much is this going to be? Will it be totally open-ended in terms of what's expected to be the outlay for this project? And likely also, what are the potential financial ramifications to the town if Sconset Beach Preservation Fund, for one reason or another, walks away from the project, or they cannot maintain their financial responsibilities? We need to get, whatever happens on this, we need to have an indemnification from SBPF to the town, an indemnification that we can take to the bank and is cash, liquid, not something that might happen in the future. I witnessed years ago at a town meeting where the town was basically giving away something, and I actually spoke up and I said, what are you guys doing? It's crazy. But in a situation like this, which has got so many uncertainties, SBPF has got to have tremendous skin in the game to guarantee that we, the town, are not going to suffer any financial liabilities in the future. And another question I'd like to ask, actually, in this is, what is the tax base of all those properties along that coastline in that specific area that we are trying to protect? My understanding is the tax assessor has written those down significantly. So you have people living there who have tremendous financial means at their disposal, big family wealth probably, and they're living basically on a subsidized basis by the rest of the town. And now they're asking us to support their house. I don't agree to that. I think that is a big mistake. We should not be subsidizing them.
Matt?
Lastly, what I'd like to mention also is whatever ends up happening, there needs to be a serious enforcement program with teeth, monitoring throughout what goes on, and the ability that whoever is involved in the enforcement will be able to enact financial penalties straight away without protracted delay. And Madam Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ted, for that input. Matt, did you want to respond? And then I've got a few more people who I said we would take, but I'm going to have to limit these comments down to like 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'll go real quick. Some of the concerns that Ted had were are in there, enforcement and teeth. That's part of, what we envision, that's getting some of that straightened out. The tax base issue is we're not paying for it, right? As what we've envisioned is not on the tax base. If the existing structure is abandoned, we will be paying for it. So that, that was not our intent, is not to subsidize the tax base. So in the financial ramifications are known somewhat. I don't have them off the top of my head. The offshore sand would be a long and tedious process to figure out. There's a lot to do that, and to have it legal, and the issues that were brought up would be addressed. So.
Thank you, Matt. I'm taking 3 more comments, and can you please not be repetitive and keep it to about 3 minutes tops? And people are, of course, can continue to submit their comments in writing, and we'll obviously, if this goes before Concom, have a hearing process there. Burton Belkind was on and has dropped off.
No,
I put him on.
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Hi, there you are. Thank you. I didn't realize you were already in. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the Select Board. I would like to echo Emily's and Ted's comment about the working group's premise that expanding the wall from 1,000 to 4,000 feet is good for the town. I'm going to just touch upon SBPF has not been a good partner in the past. They've been found in violation of not monitoring the project properly, and they were issued a violation by the Concom. SBPF has also been found in violation of putting in proper mitigation sand, which they've also been found in they've also been the Conservation Commission has also gigged them for that. The SBPF has violated a cease and desist work order, and SBPF has pushed beach sand up onto the wall, and that was another violation of their agreement. And I'd like to just my point is SBPF has not been a good faith partner in this process, and I just asked the board to think through. There was a scientific reason why the Concom said no, and that the working group's compromise is really not good for the town. And I don't know if we can trust them moving into the future to do all the things they say they're going to do. Thank you, Madam Chair and board.
Thank you. Rick Atherton and then Megan Perry.
I just pushed the unmute button. Do you have me now?
Yep, we have you, Rick.
All right, good evening, members of the board. I was going to make a general statement about the process, but I think others have covered it well. Just a comment on the report itself, however, is that this isn't just a report that everybody can ignore. It's not meant to be that. In my opinion, it's meant to go to the Conservation Commission with sort of the strong premise that they're supposed to pay close attention and the hope that they'll support the report. And make no mistake, that's what the intention of the group is. And the problem with that process in creating the memorandum, nobody other than SBPF was present. So it makes you wonder a little bit about the intent of the working group. But let me jump to something more specific on the finances. Members of this board and SBPF have repeatedly touted that they were paying for this 100%. And so far they have. But I brought to your attention before paragraph 8 of the MOU. You may not want to listen again, but I want to go through this because I think it's right on target with some of what's going on. The memorandum of understanding was adopted between the town and SBPF in 2013. The first sentence of paragraph 8 reads, "The parties," that's the town and SBPF, agreed to diligently pursue the permitting, design, and construction of phase 2 and 3 of the project, if necessary, including an agreement on cost sharing and possible betterment assessments. Phase 2 and 3 are really what we're dealing with here. It has been interpreted by some that this statement is only about setting up a betterment district of property owners with close proximity to the project. But the sentence itself and the rest of paragraph 8 make it clear that an agreement on cost sharing was meant to include the town. That is why the rest of the paragraph makes direct reference that the use of town funds will require approval by a town meeting. The working group memorandum is indeed dealing with phase 2 and 3, as I said. It's the first time I've read clearly that SBPF doesn't intend to be able to come up with the financial resources to take care of all of the project. And the statement in the memorandum reads, SBPF and the town will engage in best efforts to mobilize financial support from community institutions and individuals to fund the gap between the costs of protecting the northern portion of the project and funds available from property owners where many vacant lots and few homes remain. You know, it seems to me clear one of the community institutions might well end up being the town itself. I know nobody wants to even think about that, but these things work by tiptoes. They just move along slowly. And I would be very wary of that. At some point, I think George ought to explain to everybody, George Pucci, what an MOU really is about. Are these contractual arrangements or are they merely a statement of intention? Thanks for taking the comments.
Thank you. Megan Perry.
Thank you, Don. I really appreciate everybody's time, so I'll try to be very brief. As I'm not a lawyer, I'm actually thrilled that Mr. Pucci is on this call. I have a question. Have Ashley and Jeff both been put in a situation that might be an issue where they cannot sign this memo? Because if they sign it, it's a prejudgment of a project coming before the Concom prior to its application. Or would Ashley have to recuse herself as she would have already made a decision prior to the permit application? Would Jeff's advice to the board then be tainted as he would have already agreed to support the project? And then the whole idea of a public hearing is to be objective, but I'm not sure that that can be done if they've already signed this memorandum. So that's one of my questions. And I don't know if Mr. Pucci cares to answer that.
George, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, I answer questions for you, Don, so that's why my silence. Yeah, no, the commission voted when they were asked by the select board whether they wanted to participate in this process. They voted to appoint Ashley as their representative. Ashley is not committed to support this project one way or another. In fact, you know, she was a member who voted against the project. So if anything, you know, her participation was just, you know, even more so to point out, you know, problems that SBPF may face if they go back before the commission, and, you know, to explore whether it's even in good faith to allow a further conversation to go forward with the commission in the public context. In other words, did we put SBPF through a fool's errand, knowing that it was completely not viable, this potential revised project to go back before the commission? In other words, is it a futile effort to even have a discussion with the commission? You know, as a result of the working group sessions, you know, this revised project was at least formulated in a way that at least it was a good faith effort to put something before the commission that could be discussed and then, acted on if it ends up with a permitting effort. But Ashley is not committed, for or against this project. She would be able to serve on the commission. And same thing with Jeff, can advise the commission as to technical issues. They have not committed to this project. And they're not going to be advocating, for this project when the discussion takes place before the commission. Either the discussion that will take place to discuss the status report or any type of public hearing. They're certainly not going to be in an advocacy role on behalf of SBPF. And Ashley is, if you want my straight opinion, Ashley would probably, end up voting against a revised project, as it's set up. So it's not really an issue.
Okay, thank you. My next question would be, why did the town not have an independent environmental consultant as part of the working group by relying on Dwight Dunk and Glenn Wood, who are both hired by SBPF to give an unbiased opinion? That's not really optimal for the town, nor is asking volunteer board members to be able to rebut paid consultants and attorneys. So I would have thought we would have had an independent consultant representing the town on that. Another question that I have is, the expansion of the project has already been denied by the Concom with only 940 feet of current activity and use that were enough to generate violations to create a stop work order. It's hard to imagine that a better job will be done with, roughly 3,600 feet of public beach. So that comes into question for me. The thought that SBPF is saying that it's not economical, I think we need to keep in mind, SBPF is a 501c3, and the maintenance of this project is a tax write-off for them, whereas it would be costing taxpayers to sign on to this agreement. If SBPF doesn't want to pay to maintain the project, then it should remove the project at no cost to the taxpayers. And this, I believe, was in the 2013 MOU, that it's their sole responsibility to clean up and remove. By settling this pending litigation in the manner which the select board is suggesting, the select board is then replacing the denial of the Concom and is by no means backing up the Concom's decision. The select board has tried very hard not to insert themselves in the Concom's duties. So I think that they should try not to insert themselves in the Concom's duties by replacing the denial with the settling of the pending litigation. As for the offshore sand source, where are we talking? Are we looking at like Little Quidnet Shoal versus George's Bank? This is a closed access area, meaning that it's closed to commercial activity that damages the bottom of the ocean. An example is fishermen are not allowed to use hydraulic dredging for surf clams. It's a critical habitat for many species that contribute to the food chain. An example are mussels, breeding ground for fluke, juvenile squid, all baselines for the food chain. It's also a critical area for commercial fishermen out of Nantucket. Will the Army Corps of Engineers have to be involved? Will Mass Fisheries have to be involved? As for the pre-1978 criteria portion in this memo, I find it hard to believe that all those houses qualify for that. The pre-1978 houses can apply for protection, but it's not a guarantee and it's not an exemption. The use of that date is because that's when the coastal regulations came through at the state level. The state put in the loophole to help prevent lawsuits over regulatory taking. But since 1978, the law on taking has become much more clear. So have these houses been assessed to see if there has been the 50% or greater change in value since 1978? If it has, then are any of these houses unable to meet this criteria? I also think by asking for deregulation and less supervision over a more expansive area, that correlates to an environmental hazard. This memorandum has a lot of ifs to it. This letter is asking for kind of blind, unconditional support that SBPF will do a good job and that we, the public or the voters, need SBPF in this project. I'm not sure that we do. This working group was designed to be objective, and the town should also do the same. The town should not engage in the support of environmentally damaging activities. Is it fiscally responsible to spend taxpayers' money on private endeavors? decisions should be based on science and regulations that benefit the island, not on political money. It is the town and the select board that get to grant the licensing for this. So I feel like the town is in good shape in terms of what you have on the table available to you. And then I did a public records request a while back just on some legal expenses. And in that was SBPF stuff. In 2014 alone, the year preceding the last MOU, the 2013 MOU with SBPF, the town spent $100,209.12 out of a total budget of $582,892.46 just on SBPF legal budget. That doesn't account for staff time, staff salaries spent on the project, consultant fees, commission members' time, and so on. It's only the legal costs for 1 year. And that's roughly a fifth of the town's legal budget just on this one project after entering an MOU with them, with these people that are claiming to be partners. I would have requested further documentation just to see what the total cost has been since the project started in the 90s, but that was going to cost roughly $3,000. And to me, that was just a financial burden, so I didn't. I think those are all things that we need to look into. I have a bunch more questions and comments, but I don't want to take up any more time. I understand it's important. So thank you guys very much. And hopefully I'll be able to get this in writing to all of you.
Thank you. There were questions in that. I'm not sure if we can respond to them all right now. Does the board have further comments on this for tonight?
I'll comment just quickly. There has been a lot of legal expense, but that's what we're trying. That is part of what we're trying to mitigate with this. If we can come to some sort of some agreement that we can all live with, some of that potentially goes away. This doesn't become divisive and continue the way it has for the next 20 years at even a higher rate. So that's part of it. The difficulty we have, I believe, is the Concom has one set of they've got their charge, we have ours, and as a board we have to look at more than we have to look at those other issues, and that's the that's a difficulty. We've got public access, there's uses there, we've got the traffic that it generates, et cetera, and so there's a lot of issues that we have to look at, that and potential litigation, and what exposure and risk we're leaving the town under, and those are sort of, that's why I feel strongly that we've made a good faith effort and done and done the right thing. So
I always appreciate the parties coming to the table and willing to have a discussion. And I know that that there was give and take in this whole discussion particularly based on the content of the memo. There's a lot more process to go through in this. The next place this will be talked about will be at the Concom meeting. Look forward to hearing about that. And of course, public input will continue. Christy, I'm going on.
Oh, no, it's okay. I just wanted to ask, Matt originally said he wanted to get a feeling of how the select board felt about what's been presented tonight. So I didn't know if you needed, comments from us or a motion, or what would be helpful for Matt and the working group.
I think any more comments that the board would want to add in regard to how they feel about the initial thoughts here. Jason, then Christine.
I want to thank everybody who's been in this work group. It's been I'm assuming a lot of work over a long period of time. And I want to thank you, Matt, for putting in all this work. You did reach out to as many parties as you could and try to make it as inclusive as possible, even though it wasn't an inclusive process until now. So Matt really hit the nail on the head for the select board. Is we have to look at the whole picture. And I don't think this is undermining the Concom. This board, most of this board, when Rita was here, said that we were going to support the Concom's decision. And we did, and we backed it up and again, and I think we will continue to support the Concom's decision. And at the same time, we have to look at the whole picture of the Lighthouse and Baxter Road and the infrastructure. And I think as long as we keep talking, things may or may not move forward as much as one group wants or the other group wants, but I feel comfortable that we're still communicating and trying to find some type of solution. I don't think my intention, and I don't think this board's intention, is to undermine the Concom by any means. So I support this going to the Concom, and we will support their decision and continue the public process, the public part of this.
Thank you, Jason. Christy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to echo kind of what Jason just mentioned. Thank you to Matt and everybody that was part of this work group. I think a lot of times we try to find a middle ground in everything, and that's part of our select board role, is how do we, support our whole community. And sometimes when it comes to erosion and coastal resiliency, it's really black and white. There's no middle ground. So I think sometimes it's really hard for each one to have this give and take. And so for Matt and the rest of the working group to find a spot where we might find a middle ground, I'm very comfortable with this. And I think, as Jason said, it's ultimately going back to the Conservation Commission, and if anything was to move forward, ultimately town meeting. So I have the support of the select board, or at least I support this moving forward. But ultimately it's still supporting what the Conservation Commission comes up with.
Thank you. I think that was good input. Are the members of the work group comfortable with the discussion tonight? Okay. All right, I'm going to end that part of the agenda, and I'm actually going to turn this over to Jason for the rest of the meeting to be the chair.
I think that's all you need me for tonight as well.
Yes, thank you, George. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And Jeff and Ashley, thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Good night, everyone. I'll see you next meeting.
All right, don't everybody leave. This is only Don that's leaving. Yeah, thanks everyone for raising their hand and speaking from the public, and for Ashley and Matt and the work they're doing, and Jeff Carlson. Appreciate that. All right, we're gonna go to the real estate items. We have the request for approval and execution of documents regarding 55 Holbert Ave. Ken, are you gonna walk us through A and B here?
Yes, thank you, Jason. I think a bit of background could be helpful as we take a look at this. What happened in 2013 was it was realized that the so-called beachside streets off of Holbert Avenue were all private, not public ways. And so as a result of that, at the 2013 annual town meeting, the orders of taking for the beachside streets were passed, as were the companion orders to be able to, in fact, convey them as part of the yard sale program. Having done that as part of the yard sale program, one of the big considerations was to get one big beach easement in front of those properties, so that and there was going to be a pedestrian access to the beach. So you ended up with pedestrian access, and with respect to these two properties, not vehicular access except for emergency vehicles, and one big beach easement in front of both of the entirety of both of the properties, from the edge of the property out to the shore. What you have is two sets of documents. You have a pedestrian easement, and then you have an easement with respect to access, and then you have also a deed relative to one of the parcels with respect to the property at 55 Hulbert. That deed deals with about 4,000 square feet of property that is to be transferred at $34 a square foot, with a purchase price of $26,000 and some dollars and change. The transfer of the easements with respect to one big beach easement have no consideration because the property is transferred in exchange for the one big beach easement. This has been before the Real Estate Advisory Committee several times in terms of getting some clarification with respect to access to the beach, with respect to the size of the easement. And by way of background, the easement relative to access was in fact discussed and agreed to at the time that the order of taking was put in place, according to Andrew Vorse in 2013. So this has been reviewed a number of times. It has been endorsed by 4 positive votes and 1 negative vote with respect to both transactions, has been reviewed by town council, and the documents in front of you are those as prepared by town council and approved by council for the owners of both of the separate parcels, Arthur Reed and Stephen Cohen. So I'd be happy to answer any questions with respect to this particular transaction.
Any questions for Ken from the board? Matt?
Yeah, Ken, I noticed the wording, usually these properties can't be subdivided, but there's specific wording that talked about lot lines and,
Yeah.
What was the reasoning for that change?
Well, the reason is that the properties cannot be further subdivided, but what the owner of 55 Hulbert property, they want to move their lot lines internally to better create the lots themselves that exist because they have already been previously subdivided. So they wanted to have the right to be able to do that and make it clear that they can do that, but that it's not giving them any additional subdividable property. So it's not increasing something that they didn't have at this point in time. It just gives them the right to move the lot lines within those existing 2 parcels.
Is it giving them anything on adjacent parcels? Is there, when I see that, I worry, what is going on? I wonder
No.
what.
Arthur, do you want to respond to that? You're muted. You're muted. Arthur, you're muted.
Arthur, we can't hear you. Yeah, sorry, we still can't hear you, Arthur.
Matt, it's only with respect to their own property. It's not with respect to anybody else's property. It's with respect to the property that they have that was subdivided into 2 parcels before. And it's moving the lot lines within those parcels, not on a neighbor's property.
Matt, does that answer your question? Kind of.
Yeah, kind of. This is a tough one. This is an example to me. I'm probably voting for this. It's been going on for a long time, but this is an example of sort of the expectations start right from the beginning. We held and so if the expectation from the beginning from the owners was a 5-foot path, we had, when we had our public hearing to discuss it in the board in 13 or 14 or 15, there was discussion that 5 feet wasn't enough. Some of the neighbors that live on Easton Street were concerned they weren't going to have enough room to bring their boats back and forth like they've been doing forever. And so some of the concerns, I think it's hard for us to address because there's already been expectations built from the beginning. So when I talk about the yard sale program and some of my worries, that's it. Like if the deal is struck from the beginning, what can the real estate committee really do? What can we really do? If public hearings can't impact it, it's difficult. And so, in this case, some of the concerns were the width of the public access. And, Rick Atherton would always say, why don't we keep the property and instead of giving the property, why don't we keep it and give them easements and let them do that, especially on the shoreline, because those properties may need to be used for pumps or for swales or for some other, sort of resiliency reasons in the years ahead. That was his take on this. And so when I talk about what are we going to do going forward with this, that's my concern. And, I hope that there's some shoreline parcels left that, that we won't have to go and do takings and ask people to give us back if we need them for those reasons.
I think the points you have made, Matt, will certainly be addressed in any future order of takings that we do with respect to property, so that the issues of what we do with it is looked at the same time that we're doing the order of taking.
Thank you, Matt. Can Melissa, Christy, any comments before I go to the public?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, Arthur.
Okay, I've had this happen before. I had to log off and log back in order to be able to be heard for some reason.
Sure, go ahead.
On the original question about the lot lines, yes, the Lilly family has had 2 lots, and it makes sense to reconfigure those lots, something they've been planning to do for some time. And we're not creating any new lots. It's just a matter of adjusting the lot line between the existing properties. As far as the width of the easement is concerned, I think I heard most of that. I did have to log off, so I didn't hear everything that Matt said. But we spent considerable time dealing with it and did eventually negotiate, first of all, the 8-foot wide vehicular easement for emergency vehicles between Hulbert Avenue and the retaining wall that exists. And then there's an area between the retaining wall and the bulkhead, which is obviously not accessible to vehicles in any event physically. And we limited the easement area there to the pedestrian easement, the 5-foot pedestrian easement down the middle. We've spent a lot of time dealing with this. It's been a long process, and I really appreciate the work that the town has done with us on it. My clients appreciate it very much, and we really want to get this wrapped up. We think that as a practical matter, it winds up with public access in a place where there has not been public access in the past. There was always the myth that these ways down to the harbor, down to the shoreline rather, in Hulbert Avenue were public ways. They never were public ways. Sometime in the past, somebody put up some signs that said public way. That doesn't make them a public way. And in any event, we think that this is an excellent resolution to the matter for all parties, with the public easements being granted and the one big beach easement, as well as the access easement.
Thank you, Arthur. Okay, Erica, can we go to Mr. Atherton, to the public? Thank you.
Thank you. Jason, hi, Jason, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I wasn't going to comment, but I guess in the end I couldn't resist. So I want to thank Matt for making his general comments. I think they apply to this specific situation, but they apply to a number of, I'm going to say so-called yard sales. This was not a yard sale. It was an effort to secure public access. I understand it's going to go forward. I would like to just make sure I understand the question of there's a fence there, and is there a requirement that the gate be large enough to accommodate the full width of the public access through to the harbor? And will it be open at all times, or how is that going to work? Thank you.
Arthur or Kim?
The fence that was originally at one time all the way across is not all the way across now. It's open, and it is possible for someone to walk through there. Obviously, the retaining wall has to be traversed, as does the bulkhead, in order for someone to be able to walk through there. But other than the winter fence that the parties have put in historically in order to prevent waves from coming in and doing damage to the properties, only in the wintertime. Other than that, there's no impediment to being able to walk down to the water as long as you can get over the existing retaining wall and bulkhead.
Thank you, Arthur. Okay, can we go to Kate Shea?
Thank you. I'm coming very late to this whole issue, but as a 67-year-long resident of Walsh Street who has watched the fireworks from the Henry Street access to that area, I just want to get some clarification because I know that 55 Hulbert is very close to that area. I just want to understand whether this has any impact on the public access to Henry Street and the ability to walk through that area down by the water. And perhaps some of that was answered by the question about the fencing, but I just wanted to understand better the connection with the Henry Street public access.
Ken, can you answer that?
To my knowledge, there is no connection whatsoever.
Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't understand what Ken said there.
I just said there's no connection to that whatsoever.
Right.
Okay, any other comments from board members? Get me ready for a vote. Is there a motion to convey and accept the easements?
We need a motion to execute the deed, the separate deeds, and we need a motion to accept the separate easements for each of the two properties.
Anybody like to make that motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? A roll call, Melissa Murphy,
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella,
Aye.
Matt Fee,
Aye.
Jason Bridges, aye. That passes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arthur. Number 2. One more for you, Ken.
Which is that? Is that 57 Hulbert?
The next one is,
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the exact same thing, the exact same discussion that we had, except it's with the property on the left-hand side of James Street as opposed to property on the right-hand side. That one, there is only a deed and an easement. There's not two separate deeds. There's one deed and one easement. So the execution of the deed and then the acceptance of the easement are the two motions that we need there.
okay, and there's no differences, Ken, no idiosyncrasies?
No.
And Jason, attorney Stephen Cohen is on with us if there's any questions for him or his client.
Okay, thank you, Erica. Any questions, comments from the board? I'm seeing some.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor by roll call? Melissa Murphy,
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella,
Aye.
Matt Fee,
Aye.
Jason Bridges, aye. Thank you. So Ken, are you going to be with us on this next one, the public hearing?
I will be here, yes.
Okay, so we'll open the public hearing to consider the taking of, let's see, School Street, Laurel Street, and see if I get this right.
Yeah, and that's going to be, there's a request to move that to November 18th.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even see that at the bottom. Okay.
Yeah, right.
So Erica, do we open the public hearing and then?
You need to reopen the public hearing and then somebody needs to make a motion to continue to November 18th.
Yeah, the public hearing is open.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to move to November 18th.
Second.
All those in favor by roll call, Melissa Murphy,
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella,
Aye.
Matt Fee,
Aye.
Jason Bridges, aye. All right, so that is continued to November 18th. My apologies, Ken, I did not see that at the bottom.
Nope, not a problem.
Thank you. All right, the next public hearing is to consider an application for change of class from seasonal to annual for all alcohol beverages licenses for Nantucket Prime, DBA Nantucket Tap Room, located at 27 and 29 Broad Street.
Thank you. This is a
modification of an existing liquor license for Nantucket Prime LLC, which DBA, that is incorrect. It is Nantucket Tap Room now at 27 and 29 Broad Street. They are requesting a change of class, which is going from seasonal to annual. As we know, seasonal liquor license may operate from April 1st to January 15th or a portion thereof. They're asking for the ability to be open year-round as an annual liquor license. This type of license is not subject to a quota since it's an on-premise license. Generally, based on our Chapter 250 rules and regulations for alcoholic beverages and annual license requirement, that's different than a seasonal is for any long closures, 3 days or more consecutive closures, that they need to request that in writing to town administration. And any longer closures in 60 days, we have instituted a seasonal fee, which is a higher fee, but that will probably be post-COVID. Obviously, this year we are forgiving a little bit longer closures because of the COVID situation, but that is mainly the difference in liquor laws. The entertainment and common vicular, which is the food license, are both annual and local licenses. They already operate on an annual basis. They can operate those at any time. This is purely for the liquor portion of that license. So, just any questions on that?
This is a public hearing. Christy?
Thank you. Can you just remind me, does Nantucket Prime have an annual or is that seasonal? And is this for both the tap room and Nantucket Prime or just the tap room?
So Tap Room is their new DBA. They are currently a seasonal. Nantucket Prime is the LLC still. It was the DBA was Nantucket Prime. So Nantucket Tap Room now is their DBA, and that includes the patio area and the new space, lower space. And below that basement in the spring, we did a alteration of premises where the back room that was Prime is now rooms for the Jared Coffin House. That license is separate, as I listed in the AIS, that the Jared Coffin House license, which is still seasonal, is only for the Jared Coffin premises. And with that change, it's a little bit easier because the Prime or the tap room is separate now. So they will remain seasonal, and this is just for the tap room basement area and the patio space.
Thank you for clarifying.
This is a public hearing.
I do have Matt Sullivan here, who's the manager, if there's any questions on their business.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Are there any comments from or questions from the public? Please raise your hand digitally. While we're waiting to see if anybody wants to raise their hand, anything from Melissa, Matt? Okay, I'm not seeing any public comments. The board's okay, so we'll close the public hearing. It's the pleasure of the board.
Can I make a motion to approve?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor by roll call: Melissa Murphy,
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella,
Aye.
Matt Fee,
Aye.
Jason Bridges, aye. That passes 4-0. Thank you, Amy.
Right, thank you, and thank you to Matt Sullivan for waiting for 3 hours on that. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Matt, and good luck.
Thanks.
Okay, town manager's report. Over to you, Libby.
Okay, we've got first off a review of our PFAS efforts, and we are going to start with an overview of the airport situation, and that is going to be followed up with a public forum later in November. But Noah Carberg, the assistant airport manager, is going to give us a brief update on where the airport is with their issue. Mark Willett is going to just simply review the status of the water main extension to the PFAS affected areas in relation to the airport. The town, as the board knows, has hired a consultant, CDM Smith, to help us conduct an island-wide risk assessment for other potential areas where PFAS might be and what the sources are. We're going to get an update about that effort, and Brian Turbot, our finance director, is going to just simply give you an overview of financial expenditures and funding sources so far for this matter. So Noah, I think we're starting with you.
Before we get started, Noah and Libby, we will take public comment, but I was going to ask if everybody kind of waits to the end, and then and they can ask everybody questions, if that's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Libby. Thank you, Jason. You can see the slide in front of you. My comments really follow this slide. I have it in two sections: an activity update from our sampling, and then a planning related update. So to date, for access agreements, these are the documents that allow us access onto private property, the airport and its agents to conduct sampling. We've distributed 77 access agreements to residents. 68 of these have been fully executed. For the sampling, we've collected 134 total samples across both the airport and private wells. This does include a certain number of duplicate samples at homes. I believe we've done 3 quarterly samples in some locations now. There are a total of 68 private wells sampled. These are residential wells. The sampling results break down as following. At 22 of these wells, there was no detection of PFAS compounds. At 24 of these wells, results were greater than no detection, but less than 20 parts per trillion. And again, PPT is parts per trillion. That's the relevant state standard, or the threshold for 14 wells resulted in detections that were greater than 20 parts per trillion, but less than 200 parts per trillion. And 8 resulted in detections of greater than 200 parts per trillion. And all 8 of these homes were in the Matacasham Valley Road area. The airport, through our consultant, Weston Solutions, we're currently supplying bottled water to 42 residents. And we have installed 12 POET systems, where POET stands for Point of Entry Treatment System. It's the filtration system that attaches to water service as it enters a house in the basement or crawl space, most typically, to treat the whole house water system. For planning updates, the airport is currently working on a water main extension. The Airport Commission approved the design contract with our on-call planning and engineering consultant, McFarland Johnson, in our September 8th, 2020 commission meeting. At this time, we were given the indication that this would be a 3 to 6 month design and permitting effort. There are 3 major areas this design and permitting effort needs to address. The first is that we are bringing a water main across an airfield, either around the end of the runway or under the runway. This involves a certain amount of planning with the FAA for the construction and the recording of easements. The second major challenge that we're working through is that Matacasham Valley Road, as it's traveled, does not follow the road right of way as it was laid out. This presents some challenge for looking into what easements are required and if it's ultimately a better situation to follow the road as it's traveled or the road layout as it's given in the GIS. And of course, Nantucket and the airport are rare species habitat under the Massachusetts Endangered Species Act, and this project is not exempt from permitting requirements. And the Division of Fisheries and Wildlife does not consider this an emergency. So we have to follow all of the rare species conservation and management permit guidelines and determination of take. And all of this might have feedbacks on the eventual construction schedule. And of course, we're pursuing an intra-municipal agreement between Wannacomet Water Company, the town, and the airport. And I have to plug Mark Willett and Wannacomet Water Company leadership. They have been very helpful in helping with all of this. They really are the water experts, and we're grateful for them. We have 3 upcoming meetings where all of these items will be discussed in more detail. The first is the Airport Energy and Environmental Subcommittee meeting. This is scheduled for tomorrow at 11 a.m. And we will discuss all of the updates that I just reviewed in more detail. We also discuss all of these items in the Airport Commission meeting. The next Airport Commission meeting is scheduled for November 10th at 5 p.m. We've also tentatively scheduled our second PFAS forum open house for 11/20. It is the Friday before November. We are somewhat limited in dates, but we're going to find ways to take public comments in advance. This will obviously be recorded and available through the town's YouTube site. So we hope if people can't take advantage of it at that given time, they can review it afterwards and submit their comments beforehand. Thank you.
Mark is next. Sorry, trying to get him on.
Maybe while we are waiting for Mark, we go to Chuck and CDM. That'd be okay? Unless, Erica, you think Mark's gonna be able to get right on?
Hold on one second. Yeah, I would go to the next real quick.
Okay, so Chuck, do you want to give an overview?
Yep. Good evening, everyone. I'll turn it right over to Andy Miller to jump into it, and I can follow up with any comments. All right, Andy, we can't hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. I thought I clicked on it. Thank you for having us. It's our first opportunity to speak with the Select Board, so we appreciate that opportunity. We're here to kind of give you a quick overview of where we are with the PFAS risk assessment on a townwide basis. I think we can move to the next slide. To touch upon first here the objectives and then the approach to the study and our status. Obviously, of prime importance to Nantucket is protecting drinking water sources, the groundwater, which is of course a valuable resource. So the town approached this project recognizing the need for a town-wide or a unified PFAS management plan. So the objective here is to look at potential town sources that could be contributing to that problem on the island. Another one of the key objectives that we heard from town staff is the need for a public outreach plan to inform residents and ensure consistent communication across the water company, the airport, the town itself, various departments and such. So that's been a focus. And last but not least, certainly the long-term goal of developing and implementing a source control and reduction plan to reduce the risks associated with PFAS releases to human health and the environment. At the bottom of the slide is, there's quite a number of sources of PFAS, obviously firefighting foam at the from the airport, but quite a number of domestic sources that we all use every day in our home, from personal care products to fast food containers, Teflon pans and such. If we can go to the next slide. Our approach to this, there's 4 tasks that have been established that we're moving forward on, and there'll be a report at the end. Our first being a descriptive overview of PFAS, exactly what is it, and really focusing on a regulatory overview with regard to current standards for each of the media that could be impacted by PFAS. It's not just water, it could be soils, effluent from the wastewater treatment plant, residuals, compost, and the like. because our goal really in task 2 is to identify sources and receptors. We'll be performing only at this stage of the game a qualitative risk evaluation, no real numbers involved here at this point. But the idea is to understand the PFAS cycle, an example of it below, but we'll be developing this, sketching this out specific to Nantucket and what you have present on the island for sources and receptors. It's important to understand how it is, moving through the environment and then, getting to homes and residents. The next slide. Task 3 is to review and assess any available quality data. And the initial focus was water quality, although if there are other media that have been sampled, we will be collecting and looking at as well. We ourselves are not doing any analysis. We're looking at data that is currently available. And an intent here will be to perhaps recommend a sampling program that can be conducted as a follow-on study. And finally, we'll be reporting on our findings and coming up with a set of recommendations, a prioritized list of activities that can be taken to relative to the risk of PFAS to human health and the environment. Just a picture down below of the wellhead protection areas, the delineations that protect the Wanna wells on the island. So obviously that's a primary focus. So the next slide and the final one is really where we're at currently, what we've been doing. We've been working on this for, I'd say, since August, so I guess it's 2.5 months now. We have conducted interviews and gathered data gathering efforts with all town personnel related to municipal water, wastewater, the landfill, the airport, the fire department. It's been an extensive process. The GIS department as well, I should mention. We've had several meetings with even a larger group of town personnel. We're working to obtain an understanding of your groundwater protection areas, how wastewater treatment plant is managed with regard to discharge and residuals management. We're looking at the landfill composting operations and the history of the landfill itself. And of course, a part of this is the AFFF contamination at the airport, which we're relying on NOAA and the work of the LSP there. Again, the idea will be to delineate sources and receptors, and we've begun to do this. We have some, we've been looking closely at the landfill relative to the compost, as well as reading up on the LSP information at the airport and such. And we have also conducted a meeting with town personnel through which we identified a series of activities that can be conducted relative to public outreach, leading to development of a public outreach plan. So that is, my understanding, is a task that will be proceeding shortly. So that's already a recommendation that I believe we can safely say is it's on its way to implementation. And we're in the process of developing recommendations for other types of follow-on work. In particular, will certainly be some suggested monitoring or sampling programs and such, as well as other things that can be done to get a better understanding where there might be data gaps. In any kind of study, there's always data gaps. So we'll be working at ways to fill those through follow-on studies and efforts. At this point, this has been a fast-track study. We're anticipating delivering a draft report to the town in mid-November. So that's where we're at.
Yeah, no, thank you, Andy. And I was just going to add on to that with an update from a meeting that the town and the airport staff had with Mass DEP via Zoom on October 23rd. That was last Friday. And Mass DEP requested the meeting with the town and CDM really to learn about the project that we've undertaken. We asked the airport to attend, and DEP agreed. So it was a really, really, good meeting. Everybody involved. So some of the highlights are as follows. During the meeting, we exchanged information and provided details, really to clarify the scope of the CDM project. That there's no sampling; it's a qualitative type study. Andy just covered that nicely. But the second objective was really discussing the testing results for Orkawa Avenue for samples taken by a homeowner and a result that exceeds the drinking water standard. Mass DEP and the airport's LSP believe that the PFAS source for that location on Orkawa is not related to the airport. And the meeting with Mass DEP was to help sort this out. So we learned an important, kind of takeaway here is that for situations where there is a test result provided by a homeowner in Massachusetts, and the PFAS levels exceed the drinking water standard, and it appears there's no apparent source, Mass DEP will initiate a site discovery program to attempt to locate a PFAS source. And so that'll be happening here. The initial work by DEP will be completed using resources they have in-house and then using existing databases and GIS tools, I think pretty similar to some of the same information Andy has. They explain it's a process that's going to take some time. It depends on the information available and collected. And they also explained that given, the resources and the unpredictability of weather and especially of COVID, they really don't have a timeline in place at this time, although, they are talking about it. These types of evaluations can take several weeks to complete, and it does sound like Mass DEP and Angela, the project manager there, will be traveling to Nantucket in the next month or two as part of this initial discovery program. A private well sampling program by DEP is still being developed, and they urge patience that this might not happen, for some time. They also commented that any PFAS data provided by property owners is very helpful in the evaluation. And once Mass DEP has done the site investigation, they may proceed through steps of request for information, a notice of response action, an immediate response action plan to the property owner of the PFAS source. And this is similar to the chain of events that the airport has followed with their project. And to kind of wrap this up, Mass DEP made the following comment at the meeting. In a very positive light, the airport is taking action on their PFAS release related to airport firefighting foam under the provisions of the Massachusetts Contingency Plan. The town is working with CDM Smith to investigate, their facilities, and Mass DEP will perform the site discovery phases for other locations. And I think that meeting was a great step forward and demonstrated that, everybody's working together on this. And especially, we've got a lot more to do.
Chuck, let me ask a question. That's really nice. We have those three entities all working together, but in different areas. Chuck, if a homeowner does come up with that data, do they contact Mass DEP directly to start that program, that process of discovery?
So what's been happening, it hasn't necessarily been formalized, and I think we can work these details out. But usually myself or Noah will, receive an email with some test results. And then we do copy Roberto, the health department, with that information. And we've established that Angela at Mass DEP wants to receive all these as well. So it's an open exchange of information. And I think it's going to be positive going forward.
Thanks.
Jason, Mark has called in as an attendee, so I'm going to try to get him to talk.
Sure.
Hey, Jason, I'm here, I think.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay. So, for one, a comment. When this all came about and we started learning a lot about PFAS. And I mean, we knew about it before, but to be kind of proactive, we went out and sampled our private wells, our public water supply wells, I mean, in advance of any DEP regulation. You know, people need to understand the public water supplies in the state of Massachusetts are not mandated at this time to sample for it. But we went and did it. We sampled all 5 wells back in early September. 3 of the wells came back with no PFAS detected. 2 of our wells, the well in the state forest, which we call well 13, and well 15, which is behind our office, both came back with 1 PFAS compound at very low levels, both below the standard. Usually, when you detect PFAS in the water, it's not just 1 compound. The lab will look for 17 to 18 different compounds when you send in a sample. So that made us think that something was kind of fishy with those samples. And after some research and talking with our engineers and other people in other laboratories, it was suggested to us to make different taps inside the pump stations. Sometimes these low-level hits of PFAS in single compounds can be from pipe dope or Teflon tape used on plumbing threads and in different plumbing inside the pump station. So we went out to the state forest, put in a new tap, didn't use any pipe dope, didn't use any pipe thread, Teflon tape, nothing. Sampled it again, 13, and it came back non-detected. So we're in the process now of we have to dig up a tap. We have to dig up the whole wellhead itself to put in a tap at 15. So we're in the process of doing that. When we do that, we'll resample 15 and see what happens. So we've gone from a little bit to 0 in 1 well, and we still have about 2 parts per trillion detected in well 15, which we will sample probably within a week with the new tap without the pipe dope and see what that brings us. And that's kind of the similar results talking to NOAA that they were getting in some of their POET systems, removing everything except for 1 or 2 little compound hits. And it's kind of it could be derived from the plumbing material itself. But other than that, we're looking pretty good. I've been talking with DEP about our permit. We have a draft permit. They're going to finalize that soon. Of course, main extensions, getting out to Maddox-Sham Valley Road, we wanted to make sure we had enough in our permit to cover that, and we will. And they'll work with us if we don't. So all that moving forward it's in a positive direction.
Thank you, Mark. Was there anybody else, Libby?
Yes, Brian's going to give a quick overview about finances.
Thanks. So very quickly and briefly, the town has encumbered $183,000, as was mentioned earlier, the $43,000 contract with CDM Smith, and the anticipation of approximately $140,000 potential amendment to that contract for the public outreach portion of the process. The airport at the June 25th, 2020 annual town meeting appropriated $500,000. To date, they've spent approximately $165,628. They have encumbered $1,341,756, and they have not borrowed any money as of yet, and I will get into that in the next slide. The water company has to date, through their operating budget, spent just under $2,100 on the sampling of the wells that Mark was just discussing. Next slide, Erica. Thanks. So because the town side didn't budget or had any plans for these PFAS expenditures, we've encumbered them through the town admin professional service budget at this point in time. We may put, depending on the outcome of all of the work that's being done, we could use potentially free cash to cover those costs. We could look and do a potential budget transfer from available funds from the 21 operating budget, and/or depending on the scope of it, we could put forth a borrowing article to cover the costs that we've incurred for PFAS through and maybe expect to incur into the future. Airport has contracts with McFarland Johnson, who's doing PFAS oversight and working in conjunction with their LSP Weston Solutions. They also have engaged McFarland Johnson to do design work for the new water service in the impacted areas that were discussed earlier this evening. The Nantucket Memorial Airport also received approval from the Department of Revenue under Chapter 44, Section 31, due to deficit spend in the amount of $3.5 million. If you remember back in July, we declared an emergency and then asked for that authorization due to the costs that the airport was beginning to see was necessary to start work on remediating the problem. So we talked to DOR and committed to DOR that the airport would put forth a borrowing article at the 2021 annual town meeting to cover the cost incurred to date, including the licensed site professionals, design and construction of the new water service, and the POET systems that have been installed to date. So right now I'm working with all of them. I work very closely with Greg and Chuck on looking at the cost for the town that we're incurring, work with Jamie and Noah at the airport, and had conversations with Denise and Mark today about what their expectations are. So overall, we are paying close attention to how the funds are being spent and what we would need to do at an annual town meeting to close any gaps.
I think we're happy to take any questions from the public or the board.
Yeah, while we're waiting for the public to raise their hands, any comments, questions from the board? Any questions for water, Chuck, Noah, Brian? Anybody from the public? A couple. Oh, yep. Emily Molden.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick note of thank you to all of you and to the town, especially all the different various departments for pulling together and responding to this and putting forth a pretty comprehensive plan to look at what else is happening around the island with regard to PFAS. I just appreciate all the effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. This board, we don't know if it's going to be quarterly or as needed. I think Libby and Dawn and I are trying to look at, as new information comes up, bringing it to Wednesday nights to the select board. Megan Perry.
Thanks, Jason. I just had a question. I'm curious if there will be other potential sites looked into, like the landfill when they've had fires out there, or I believe there was a plane crash in 2007 by the Loran Tower out that direction. And I was just curious if those sites will be considered as potential PFAS contamination areas.
So I think, I'll respond to that yes, those are going to be probably in the follow-on phase based on the initial recommendations from CDM Smith, and they're helping assemble, what these potential sources might be. So we'll definitely be, looking island-wide and deeper, and then, DEP is going to be helping, with that effort as well.
Hey, Chuck. Anything else, Megan?
Am I on still?
Yeah, you're still on. I just don't know if you had another question or comment.
I did have another quick question. I'm also curious, some of the wells surrounding the airport, not down gradient, have come back with some more positive results. Is it worth looking a little bit further out to see if there's some contamination not in the direction of groundwater flow?
So, yeah, I'll speak to it in the sense that builds on or is related to the conversation we had with Mass DEP. Is that based on the information that we have from that homeowner on Orcoa, there does seem to be, an independent source of potential contamination that, Mass DEP is going to come in and start trying to identify the source of that. And I know that NOAA and the airport and their folks are working, on selected properties west of the airport, abutting the airport property. And so they're investigating that area as well. So, we're pulling the pieces together as best we can, and working closely with DEP.
Thanks, Chuck.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Megan. Matt, did you have anything? I know this is an important issue for you and strategic planning, and I don't know if you had any comments or thoughts.
No, I'm very pleased that the response that we've made and the progress we've made in a pretty quick time. I think the town is to be commended for moving quickly and taking this with the seriousness it deserves.
Thanks, Matt. Anything else from board members or staff? Anything else? Okay, thanks, Libby.
I don't think so. Okay, next we've got Traffic Safety Committee recommendations. There are just 2 of them, and I think Art Gasparo is going to take us through.
Yes, thank you, Libby. So Art Gasparo, Chairman of the Traffic Safety Advisory Work Group. The 2 matters before you tonight are both results of citizen initiated suggestions. And the first one regarding Joy Street off of Hummock Pond Road, where it heads up towards the cemetery, and Mount Vernon Street. One of the local trucking companies brought this to our attention, and it's part of the alternate truck route, and the sort of uncontrolled parking, if you will, in this area was causing conflicts for the tractor trailer trucks. So they've suggested that parking simply be controlled in some manner so that it's allowed on one side and not the other. When people were parking on both sides, it was causing the real problems. And what you see before you tonight is essentially what they proposed. And that is that where you come off or where the Joy Street intersects with Prospect Street, there would be a section about 70 feet long that would have parking, not allow parking on either side. Our current regulations wouldn't allow that within 20 feet of that intersection anyway. And so it's a slight extension of that to, again, accommodate tractor trailer trucks making the turning movements through there. And then to restrict parking from the west side and allow it on the east side. And so this received a favorable recommendation from the work group to bring it forth to this board.
Thank you, Art. Any questions, comments from the board? Matt?
Yeah, just a question. How much parking is on there, Art, and why is it an issue now?
So I'll tell you that we had limited data, and this had been carried off over for a while. We had tried to get some more sort of planning work done, but without the transportation planner and the limited resources, we sort of had to act on this at some point. So I don't have, good information in terms of exact number of spaces. But the pictures that were provided in our original packet from the trucking company, was showing that essentially when people were on both sides of the road was creating the bottleneck, and that was really the problem. So we sort of came to a place of, if we really weren't going to be able to get into a more detailed study, given the constraints of staffing at the time, that the real issue, that maybe that's not even really needed. If the issue is a bottleneck created by people on both sides, that if we maintain it on one side, and the work group did discuss, should there be no parking on either side? Should it go on one side versus the other, given the driveways? And the input that we got from the trucking company, as well as looking at aerials, was it did seem to make the most sense as shown. And I would just add, I think if the board needs more information, then I think we would need you to refer this to planning, because we just, they're limited, weren't really responding.
Matt?
Yeah, I'm not sure I do for this, but what I'm sort of was driving at, we had to extend the parking district, the up to Sunset Hill, because people were long-term parking cars there, and and as we've and more people are parking further and further from the core, as we add more people every year, and I'm wondering, is that what's impacting this road, or is it that neighborhood itself with cars parked all day? I can't imagine. I'm just wondering, where do the cars come from that are there?
I don't know that.
Erica?
Stacy Barrett from Barrett Enterprises is an attendee. She doesn't have her hand raised, but I could bring her in to see if she'll answer the question about why now.
Sure.
If you want. Hopefully I'm not putting her right on the spot.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you for your time. Yes, it seems to have just become an issue over like the last year or so. It's been gradually getting worse. This year, again, with everything going on, I think maybe just escalated, more people being either at those houses there and on that street versus in the past years. It's also a route for the Nerdabus, and I've seen them have near misses as well, because when people park on that street and they park opposite each other, they don't necessarily park all the way to the edge of the road. Then you also run into, when we're running a 70-foot truck down there, and even if they're parked a little bit off from each other, you can't quite maneuver that as well. And the biggest issue is really the landscapers. They'll park a truck and a trailer and walk down the street to take care of properties. So there's not even anybody there to be able to even move the truck out of the way. So it's just been an issue that's kind of been getting worse and worse. And this year we finally decided to, take steps to see if we could get it changed.
Thank you, Stacy. Matt, does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. It does, and it's getting worse. I'm just kind of trying to wonder why. What we found so anecdotally was up in the cliff area, was people were renting their homes, and then they were parking their cars for a week, 2 weeks, a month, because the renters didn't want them in the parking lots, in the driveways. So they'd park places that didn't have parking enforcement, sort of as long term. That's what was happening. I don't know if that's happening here. Probably not. But it's kind of nice to know what is happening and why. To sort of project, is it going to continue to happen further in other areas? I am in support of this. I make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor by roll call: Melissa Murphy,
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella,
Aye.
Matt Fee,
Aye.
Jason Bridges, aye. Thank you,
Thank
Stacy.
you.
Thank you, Art.
Thank you.
One more.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chairman, this was another item which was brought forth by some citizens in Nantucket. And we've been discussing this area for some years now in terms of parking and pedestrian safety and movements with the Nerdabus through Washington Ave and the intersection with Nantucket Road in the vicinity of Millie's. And this came out of those discussions and that suggestion. There's also some encroachment issues out there, which Mr. Beaugrand has been working on. And so the recommendation would be that this stretch of Washington Street be designated as no parking either side. As you can see there, most of the properties do have off-street parking. Like we said, the Nerdabus takes the right onto D Street and then the left onto Washington to come around into that spot in front of Millie's. And this would help to avoid some of the conflicts as well as overflow parking that happens in some of this area, and maintain and hopefully facilitate safer pedestrian passage through that area. The other issue is, of course, there still is some encroachment matters specifically on each side of D Street on Washington Ave, which I think need to be looked at. There's a big hedge there on the left, and there's also a boat on the right that's been in the road layout for some years that I think needs to be addressed.
Pleasure of the board. Any questions, motion, comments? Matt?
This one I'm not so sure about. I sort of, what are the unforeseen consequences? I know part of the complaints is that a lot of the overflow parking ends up there. If we take it away, where does all that overflow parking go? So I'm not so sure, it's sort of things have evolved out there a certain way. It would be great to say, it would be great to look at the road layout and say, we could have parking on one side and a sidewalk on the other, or some, sort of address the safety for people walking there as well as, sort of the parking there at some point. And I'm not so sure that we won't have a bigger issue taking it away. Who are we going to impact worse? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out. I'd love to hear what the discussion was from Art.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Art, go ahead. And then
So we did have, a fair bit of discussion about whether to only restrict the parking on one side, and ideally the overflow parking, the issue that the neighbors raised and provided pretty, compelling photos, and just knowing the area is that it still is then, forcing pedestrians out into the road. Now, I think that part of that is related to some of the encroachments, and perhaps if there was a more of a master plan for that area based on the survey and some transportation planning of improvements, maybe you could revisit this and it could, be accommodated. But I think the feeling of the work group was at this time that if you continue to allow the parking on either of the sides, it's going to be, forcing the pedestrians to, again, continue to walk in the road, as well as, the NERDA bus came up quite a bit as this was a route that they used. So I agree with you. I wouldn't mind to see a real sidewalk type of a plan. The idea from the residents was, could we have a nice path through there? And one of the discussions that we had was, well, if we just instantly create a path and don't control the parking, then that path is going to become the parking. So it seemed, for a starting point, let's start off with, and then from an enforcement issue of having it start and stop in certain areas, there's that concern. So it seemed that for, this stretch from D Street to the intersection, to start off with, until other improvements may be made or a larger plan, the way to address the situation would be to simply post it.
Thanks, Art. Ken?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This evolved out of the discussion with the residents as part of my work relative to the encroachments on Washington Avenue, and as a result of the survey. What I would like to point out to you is that the section from Nantucket Road to Baltimore right now already has signs that say there's no parking on either side. But I dare you to try and find the signs, because they get driven over by the people parking them on both sides. And we have an issue with the new owner on the right side. He's put some stakes in the ground that we have to get out. But anyway, there already is no parking in there, but there hasn't been a yellow line, which makes it very difficult for the police to enforce. The residents have then said, they suggested that it be continued to D Street, again with parking on both sides, no parking on both sides, because of the fact that it is narrow out there, and it's an area where a lot of people walk, and they want to be able to have the opportunity to walk, as opposed to not having to walk in the middle of the street, can walk on the side of the road. So the residents were very much in support of this, and this was an initiative that came from them. And so that was why I brought it to traffic safety, and then had it brought to Arts Committee. So I think that what you're talking about is in fact an extension, clarity of the no parking on both sides from Baltimore out to D Street, and basically putting in a yellow line on both sides so that it becomes, there is the ability for the police to really enforce the no parking in the summertime when it gets abused.
Thank you, Ken. We're going to go to the public. Mr. Barretta.
Yes. Good evening, Chairman. I'm speaking in regard to this because there is no parking in that area out there. If we were to be able to park on the south side of that street, there's only 3 driveways and 1 road. And on the north side, there's 8 driveways and multiple use driveways or multiple property driveways. If we were allowed to park on one side, there would still be plenty of room for people to be able to walk. There's other areas on this island around beaches that people walk in the street. And we really do need to have parking out in that area for the beach. There is no parking for the public access for the beach out there. And if you remember correctly, I believe it was in the spring, you guys licensed the public parking at Millie's house down by the bridge off Ames Street to license it to Millie's for them to use. So we lost 3 spaces there this year. I really would like to have further discussion on this before you make this no parking zone. I understand we have to be 25 feet back from the corner. That's plenty of space for the Nerdabus to make the turn. There's other areas on this island. For one, I can think of Lincoln Circle, where we park on one side of the street, we can't park on the other, and people walk down that street all the time. So this needs some serious consideration before you decide to ban parking out there, because there is no parking for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barretta. You go to Mr. Greeter. Thank you, Erica.
Good evening. Thanks for taking my call. This question or this issue has been going on for the residents that brought this up. They've been looking at this probably going on 10 years almost, looking for some sort of relief. And it finally came to loggerheads this summer when Nantucket became the COVID answer to dining out. Millie's was the only place that I know on island that was able to replicate all of their indoor seating outside. And so they were extremely busy. Their to-go business really cropped up, and there was tons of folks dining on the beach, enjoying the vista. The police department could have assigned an officer every day, especially at night, to do nothing but write tickets. It just was a very dangerous situation. The police department finally came up with a semi-solution, and that was for residents to call each time that they saw stuff, and they would cycle one of the sector groups out and write tickets. So that's happened. But there was, as has been talked about, the pictures and stuff submitted. And so that's an issue. Another issue, what really, before Millie's became so popular, was the change of cottages to, for lack of a better term, McMansions, and all the work that's being done. So for the last 5 years, there's been constant contractor vehicles on both sides of Washington Ave, so much so that the NERDA stopped going down. The original route was down F Street, left onto Washington. That became so problematic because of the stuff. They started going down D Street and making the left. It got to a point where sometimes they got down that section after coming off of D, and they couldn't go anywhere because they were boxed in with zigzagged contractors' trucks or landscapers' trucks. So they started using Baltimore. And we lost Baltimore when it was taken over by the two abutters because it was a proprietor's way and hadn't been an accepted road. So that pushed all the traffic back that was cutting through that way. The original ask was for no parking one side, pedestrian the other side. In the workshops that I attended, it was talked about that with all the mailboxes on the creek side, the post office needed to be able to approach those post office boxes with their vehicles. So that was part of the discussion. This latest thing of no parking on both sides, I think what somebody alluded to was how landscapers are going to park their vehicles back at the corner of F Street to D Street and drive their lawnmowers and stuff down the roads to get to their customers. So while this is looking at the issue, I don't think that it's the solution to the issue. The real solution is to provide safe pedestrian traffic on there. Otherwise, for safe pedestrian traffic, the solution is to cross Nantucket Road and then join the bike path. And so, unless you start directing people to that, this is a very heavily pedestrian area in the summertime. And I would expect after this past summer that Amy and the Licensing Bureau is going to get quite a bit of input from residents when the restaurant license comes back up, because there absolutely needs to be some sort of addressing this issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Greeter. Select board members, what do you think? What are you feeling? Any discussion? Melissa, Christie? Melissa?
Oh, thank you. I hit unmute and I didn't raise my hand. I honestly feel a little bit conflicted about it. I understand the residents' concerns, but I also agree that one, this was an unusual year, and two, I think pedestrian safety really needs to be the top priority there. So I'm feeling like as is, I can't support this, but I would encourage it to go back for more study and art. I don't know if that means that you feel like the advisory committee needs support from planning, or if BPAC needs to be involved. I'm not sure of the next step, but I'm not sure I can support this as is tonight.
Christie?
I agree. I was going to make similar comments as Melissa, that I think just a little bit more research before we move forward with a plan.
Okay. Art, you did one of these?
Yeah, absolutely. I respect and understand that. I think that I believe that Mr. Bogrand has a plan, which I haven't seen yet, and it would be very helpful to have some planning support. I'm putting these sketch things together, and this work group really needs some staff support somehow, and it'll hopefully be a better outcome. So if we could get that and put it on another agenda and put that plan and continue. Alternatively, I think that if you wanted to take some action tonight, I'm not necessarily suggesting it, but you could consider the no parking on one side. I don't know that we really need to worry about it sort of on the cuff, given the season that we're headed into. So I would certainly be happy to put it on a future agenda and continue that discussion.
Thank you. Melissa?
Yeah, thank you, Art. I appreciate that. And I think because many of the residents in that area are second homeowners, to your point, that this could have a little bit more of a holistic viewing and come back to us before the season starts. And I think we'd come up with a good solution. I don't think what's being recommended is bad. I just think it's, trying to solve one problem and creating another. So thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Christie, then Matt.
Yeah, I just had more of a side note. I know it's been a lot of pressure on Art in the committee without a transportation director, and that had gone out. Andrew Vorse has been talking about a lot of NPDC that it went out for applications and nobody applied during COVID. So we're trying to put it back out and see if there'll be any more applicants. So I'm hopeful that we'll have somebody to help you, Art.
Any idea when?
No. Matt?
Yeah, I think I could support it if it were one side, and then people, it's sort of, I think that would make sense without, a lot more analysis on it. If they want to look at it and tell us which side and, what other signage, et cetera, needs to be, that's great. And, I hope that we can find a way to get, I think get a transportation planner in. Parking and some of these issues are quality of life, and some of the biggest issues we deal with, is there any way to rearrange what we're doing to have some support for this committee? If say we can't hire someone for half a year or 2 years, I think, at some point you have to prioritize. So hopefully that will happen, because these are the quality of life and the, kind of issues that we hear the most about from constituents.
I can give you guys my 2 cents. I agree with going back to not the drawing board, but re-looking at it. I agree with Mr. Barrett about access. It's one of the most beautiful places on the island, and it's very hard to go out there. I mean, not everybody can take the bus, and so I would love to see if there's a way to do just one side, keep the access, looking at encroachment, looking at NERDA turnaround, mailboxes, all those kind of things, if we can, and then hopefully have a decision by April before it gets too close. If we can do that with lack of staff, just something like that. Is that what you were kind of thinking, Melissa, Christy? Of going back. What's the direction we want to give staff? What are our goals you're looking for?
Well, I think if somebody wants to make a motion to park on one side, I'm happy to entertain that. But my preference personally would be to take no action on this tonight and go back to the drawing board for a more holistic viewpoint, considering the pedestrian safety concerns we talked about tonight, access, potential Millie's stuff. And I would rather hold off, particularly since the demand is not high parking right now, and make a better, more informed decision in a few months.
Okay, does the board agree with taking no action tonight, going back? Yeah, does anyone want to make that? Do you feel like you need a motion on that, Libby, Art, Ken? Or is the direction good? Okay, I'm getting thumbs up from everybody.
Thank you.
Sorry, Bill Greeter has his hand raised again.
Yeah. Bill, it's getting late. I'm trying to get through this meeting quick. You have another comment?
Yeah, I do. With all due respect, I understand it's late, but this issue has been going on for years. So I'm sorry to have to drag this out a couple more minutes. At the very least, I would hope that you would do no parking on the side recommended by the traffic study group. It's gonna take more than just a couple of months to get together a solution for this. It's going to get bogged down in the fact there's no staffing. There won't be any money for it. This area needs some relief, and it's a 50-foot wide layout, and it's only 18 feet wide or whatever. So these people have been very patient, and I think that it's they're due to have some assistance. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else left, Art, for you?
No, I was just going to say, I don't think we'll work on it. I don't think it won't go on and on. Whether we'll be able to figure out in November, I don't know, but December we'll work on it and bring it back to you.
Thank you. All right. That's it on traffic safety. Libby?
Okay, lastly, we've got an update about the take it or leave it. DPW director, can you take us through?
Thank you, Libby. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to address a concern that has been brought to our attention over the summer regarding the Take It or Leave It being closed for COVID, during COVID. I would say that the DPW has looked at this facility and has taken this opportunity during COVID to reimagine Take It or Leave It to try to improve it. So we've come up with some suggested immediate and short-term and then some long-term plans. I have a PowerPoint up that we can go through the slides here. What I really want to focus on is what the select board might be able to help with as far as pointing direction or support in a short-term or immediate plan to divert needed materials from the potential waste stream in the reusable market, so textiles specifically, to be able to divert the textiles from our island to the universally needed market that's out there through the Salvation Army. This is a partner that we have assembled pre-COVID, just prior to COVID, and I want to be able to take advantage of that as quickly as we can. And so what's happening is on Cape Cod, basically municipal swap shops are completely closed, like here. In speaking with some colleagues and doing some research here, basically no municipal swap shop is interested or even contemplating reopening until COVID is in the rearview mirror. We've also spoken with Nantucket secondhand shops, and several of them, actually all of them, have taken pretty severe measures to deal with what's going on. We'll highlight some of that for you. As I mentioned, some plans and real needs for us to be able to reopen, Take It or Leave It. And then some understanding of potential capital projects for improvements there. And then just highlighting the reuse and recycling program. I'd like to address the textile collection with a series of ongoing events that would ride out all the way through COVID. Right now, we're envisioning essentially monthly events at the Take It or Leave It site. And we can walk through a little bit of that. And finally, just other options that people may not be available or may not know are currently available for unwanted stuff during COVID. So just next slide, please. We could probably skip through these fairly quickly, just an understanding of what's happening in the greater Cape. Everything's closed for COVID. Next slide, please. The on-island secondhand shops, and we reached out to all of them. Actually, I was a little surprised myself. I didn't know all of them. There was quite a few. Items, the ones that are actually still in operation, some of the things that they're taking care of during COVID is some of them have items sitting for up to 7 days before it's even touched by the staff for resale. We have severe occupancy restrictions for the ones that are open. We have basically what they're taking in has been dramatically reduced. And as an aside, they've noticed that the quality of the materials that are being attempted to be dropped off has really dropped dramatically. There was a suggestion apparently at a previous meeting about the town purchasing some UV wand, and one store had actually done that and found it to be completely unreasonable to utilize. So that we've taken into consideration as part of these measures. Next slide, please. Again, moving on beyond just the immediate plan or want is the short-term needs. We're reassessing this location, and we've had staff changeover. Currently, the position that used to be a part-time position at the Take It or Leave It has been unfunded. That position was vacant when the time COVID hit and became one of the positions that was eliminated as part of that going into the town meeting. So we imagine a new Take It or Leave It with 3 full-time hires that would look at managing the Leave It onboarding materials coming in to weed out the things that currently were not able to be and often ended up on the floor. Hazardous materials, dangerous materials, and ultimately things that were really trash. Try to weed out a lot of that stuff so we don't have to handle it multiple times. The Take It side of things, really take a look at managing that better so that we do allow plenty of opportunity, but not have people just camp out for the day. And beyond that, consulting the departments that we typically do, health department and the police department to handle their side of the coin. We have some, again, short-term needs to be able to repair some of the facilities that are there currently. Next slide, please. Long-term, we're looking at reimagining that whole area behind the fence. It's probably best to just go to the next slide where we have just a brief sketch that kind of lays it out. So behind the fence right now in the grass field, we would take an existing facility down, and we would basically imagine it as a enter into the Take It or Leave It world behind the fence. All the existing parking lot would be for the drop-off area of the MRF only. The Take It or Leave It would be a separate parking lot where you would drive into the fenced-in area, both to park to drop off, as well as to take materials out. It would be in 2 separate areas. The Leave It area would be an area that would not be open for shopping and would be essentially for onboarding materials, preparing them for the Take It side at a later time. And then the Take It side would be populated with materials that have been gone through and made safe. And that would be the shopping area. We imagine an area in the rear where other outbuildings could be added for complementary type of activities, such as repair shop, or even we have multiple needs for storage. And then a trailer towards the front where the expired Take It items at the end of the week would be loaded for removal for the reuse market. Next slide, please. So to boil down what we're looking to do in the immediate future would be to take a look at what the reuse market is currently able to handle. We've reached out to our partner at the Salvation Army. So the Brockton location actually services the Cape and the islands. And the manager there has actually been out to the island and met with Graham Durovich and myself. And we've gone through this program again just prior to COVID. They're back up and are taking some loads. So we're looking to take advantage of that. What we looked at was the same thing we did when we first explored this relationship, is how to divert and what is it going to cost. It turns out that conservatively, we expect the budget to be in our favor to the tune of almost $60,000. We will certainly try to pay attention to this to get real numbers as it starts to roll out. but this is based on an average of 3.3 tons that typically have been handled going out as construction and demolition debris on a weekly average. That costs us about $70,000 a year, all in. And additionally, it costs us about $35,000 to handle our annual loads of cathode ray tubes, or basically televisions, electronic devices. So those are items that also Salvation Army takes, and they utilize the salvage market for precious metals. A lot of those cathode tube devices and other electronic devices are salvaged for the copper, wire, and other precious metals within the electronics to be able to actually make money. And Salvation Army does a great job of it because of the volume that they do. So in addition to textiles, electronics would be diverted there. In the future, we have the ability to divert other items, such as reusable furniture, which they have a really extensive program to support families that have lost in their entire homes due to fires and stuff like that. So again, this would be a great opportunity to divert from our, not from our landfill specifically, but from someone else's landfill that is currently getting materials that we are sending off as construction and demolition debris on a weekly basis. So the cost breakdown on the following slide, just to give everyone a little bit more detail. Next slide, please. Thank you. And this just calls out the conservative approach, which is basically saying that only half of the take it or leave it load would actually qualify as divertible. I think if we do a better job being able to police the material that's coming in, I think we would certainly be able to divert a much higher percentage long term. So based on this breakdown, we're looking at, in the current unit costs, we're basically looking at about a $57,000 net savings for this program. Next slide, please. We have targeted the second Sunday of each month for these textile collection events to essentially be started as soon as we can get a hauling contract in place to haul materials from Take It or Leave It to the Salvation Army. That's something that we have certainly imagined and have been working with finance to conceptualize, and feel that we could have back in front of you likely next month. This is essentially, people would be able to drive in and work with an attendant who would be collecting the bags of clean washed textiles and loading them into a trailer to be hauled away. And that would be available only as a drop-off initially during COVID. This is literally just a leave it in a way that we could divert these to a reuse market, and with the hope that in the end this would be a way that we could offload the materials that are left behind weekly and gone and picked through at the take it side. Next slide, please. So next steps, Take It or Leave It as we know it to remain closed for now through COVID until the pandemic has ceased. Put a hauling services contract in place to transport textiles, CRTs, and ultimately the surplus from the weekly Take It or Leave It to Salvation Army in Brockton for reuse and recycling, and continue to explore capital planning for future Take It or Leave It improvements. Staffing is a real need, and the SWEF budget will be submitted for fiscal 22, I believe next week, and we'll start to address that as well. Final slide. Thank you. This is what people can do in the meantime. It's an update of our waste items. A to Z list is on our website. There's other options out there for people, and they're listed here. They can also call the DPW or visit our website and try a buy nothing challenge. Happy to try to answer any questions that the board may have.
Melissa, then Matt.
I don't really have any specific questions, but I just want to say thank you, Rob, to you and Graham for being creative and addressing this. I know that we've been receiving a lot of comments from people in the public who have concerns about Tioli and family members who rely on it. So while this may not be a perfect solution or the Tioli the way that we have come to know it, I think it's got some great bones to get us through the pandemic. So I just wanted to say thank you for your creativity in addressing it.
Thank you. I appreciate that support.
Yeah.
I agree. And I have a question. Do you have is the picture behind you a hint? What's happening with the fountain? Are you giving us a hint that that's fixed and going to go back in soon?
That's the teaser, Matt. So I will say I'm happy to report that the fountain is being restored, as you know. We do have an update. The vendor does have a boat reservation for early December. So we expect that before Christmas, our fountain will be back on Main Street.
Very good news.
Yeah, thank you, Rob and Graham, for digging into this. You guys really looked into it. It's a bummer for everybody that we can't do it. So I hope we can, as we figure it out and things get better through 2021, we can find ways to bring some of it back, as you're already doing. What I really love is that you're taking this time to reimagine Take It or Leave It, and the way that you kind of sketch that out, and taking it and leaving it. I mean, I just think, we never thought about that before because we couldn't see it in another way. But, I always say almost every Wednesday, I'm looking for any silver lining this year, any positive things that are coming out of 2020. And this is going to be one of them. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the comments.
Anybody else on Take It or Leave It? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Thanks, Rob. All right, is that it, Libby, town manager? Okay, select board reports and comments.
Oh, sorry. Nope, never mind. I was so excited.
You're trying to get out of here so fast, Melissa. Any comments? Board committee reports?
Jason, do you have one?
Yes, I do. I was waiting to see if anybody else had anything.
Okay.
Christy always has something. She's on about 15 committees.
Well, I don't have a committee report, but more of a comment I keep forgetting to bring up. I mentioned it to Libby that I really think we need to have a work group around annual town meeting, because as we heard tonight, COVID isn't going anywhere. So figuring out how we can have a town meeting. So many people are working on budgets and Capcom working on projects, and I don't want to see something where we have to delay another year for a lot of these projects. Everything still needs to move forward, even with COVID. So that's just my one comment.
Libby, I know we can't discuss too much, but you kind of do have a committee a little bit. You're kind of meeting on it.
Yeah, it's come up a bit, and I've said that I'm going to put something together after the election.
Okay.
I mean, we have a date, we have a place, but there are some concerns about whether or not that is going to be viable.
Anybody else? I have one thing to announce, that we did offer the diversity, equity, and inclusion office director position to someone. They're working out the conditions, and hopefully next week we'll be able to announce it in full. So yay, nice work. Well, HR department, everybody who was on that committee, Libby. It was really great. Employment, what is it, the NEAT group? I mean, there's a lot of people who did a lot of work fast to make this happen. So I won't say congratulations yet. Make sure it's all done, but hopefully next week we'll be able to announce that. Is that right? Next week? Okay, great.
Yep, I think so.
Okay, if nothing else.
Can I
is there
make a motion to adjourn now?
Yes.
And one thing,
Oh,
sorry, tomorrow or Friday, please make an effort to come to the office because we have a lot of real estate stuff to sign. Just shoot me a text and let me know when you can come by. Thanks.
thanks, Eric.
Now can I make it?
Yeah, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor by roll call. Melissa Murphy,
Yes, sir.
Christy Ferrantella,
Yes.
Matt Fee,
Aye.
Jason Bridges, aye. Thanks, everyone. Have a great night.